bem-vindos ao segundo webinário internacional.
Welcome to the second international webinar on submersibles, Braving the Deep Sea, the Conquest of the Future. The deep ocean is the most extensive ecosystem in the Earth.
Entretanto, nas últimas décadas, o avanço do conhecimento sobre as grandes profundidades marinhas vem aumentando. Isso acontece principalmente graças ao uso de veículos submersíveis. Explorar as profundezas marinhas, ampliar pesquisas e recolher amostras sem arriscar vidas foram alguns dos motivos que impulsionaram a criação dos veículos submersíveis. Esses incríveis dispositivos de mergulho podem ser tripulados ou não e são extremamente versáteis. É possível, por exemplo, explorar grandes profundidades em busca de recursos minerais, coletar amostras do solo marinho e descobrir e estudar formas surpreendentes de vida. Há diversos modelos de submersíveis não tripulados. Os ROVs são veículos operados à distância. Eles se conectam a uma embarcação por cabos que transmitem sinais de comando e controle. Já os AUVs, veículos autônomos subaquáticos, se movimentam e operam sem contato físico com a superfície. Ao final de uma operação, um AUV é capaz de retornar a um local anteriormente programado. Os submersíveis podem ainda ser usados com finalidades turísticas e proporcionar verdadeiras aventuras submarinas, que antes só seriam possíveis nos filmes. Um exemplo desse tipo de expedição é a observação de naufrágios históricos. No entanto, também é importante citar a tragédia ocorrida com os tripulantes do submersível Titã. O fato nos mostra o quanto é preciso aprimorar a tecnologia para oferecer cada vez mais segurança. Com o objetivo de contribuir para ampliar o know-how a respeito dessa sofisticada tecnologia, o Centro de Excelência para o Mar Brasileiro tem o prazer de promover este webinário. Através de diversas palestras e debates, será apresentado o que há de mais recente a respeito das pesquisas, desenvolvimento e uso desses veículos no Brasil e no mundo. O Cembra continua acreditando que divulgar e ampliar o conhecimento sobre a importância de tais veículos é fundamental para a pesquisa e exploração do mar, pois essa é uma forma de afetar os tomadores de decisão que podem contribuir para tornar o mar brasileiro mais conhecido e promover o aproveitamento de seus recursos de forma racional e sustentável. Vamos juntos explorar esse tema que é tão importante para o futuro do país. E quem sabe estará no mar profundo o futuro da própria humanidade.
Bom dia! Sejam todos muito
Good morning. Welcome to another Cembra webinar. My name is Claudia Bertazzo. I am a Master of Ceremonies for Events, and it's an immense pleasure to be here with you in these 2 days. On behalf of the Center of Excellence for the Brazilian Sea, I'd like to thank you all for being here, and I'd like to acknowledge the Brazilian and foreign lecturers that have gratefully accepted our invitation. It has been 9 years since Cembra has conducted its first international event on submersibles, the Seminar on Submersibles, Braving the Brazilian Sea, where we discussed relevant topics on submersibles and their use in Brazil and throughout the world, with the goal of increasing the know-how regarding this sophisticated technology and to make this subject stand out before decision makers. The Center for Excellence for the Brazilian Sea thought it was a good idea to hold a second seminar on the topic, but this time virtually. This is the second international webinar on submersibles, Braving the Deep Sea, the Conquest of the Future. by means of several lectures and debates, we will introduce what we have to the latest up-to-date in research, development, and use of these vehicles in Brazil and throughout the world. Right now, to start our first day of the event, I turn the floor to the Cembra Executive Coordinator, Admiral Júlio Soares de Noura Neto, for his first words and to open the webinar. Thank you, Claudia. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My name is Júlio Soares de Moura Neto. I'm an officer of the Brazilian Navy, an admiral, retired, and I currently hold the position of Executive Coordinator of the Center of Excellence for the Brazilian Sea, Cembra. Cembra is an association that was instituted in 2009 for non-economic purposes and with not-for-profit. We'd like to highlight that we coordinate and execute processes and actions to structure with the aim of studying and leveraging the Brazilian Sea, also known as the Blue Amazon. For those purposes, we connect the stakeholders and apply concepts of excellence. Its synthesis purpose is the national development on the maritime environment. We have our founding partners, the Brazilian Navy, the Institute for Research for the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and the Federal University of Rio Grande. We have strategic partners, such as the General Directorate of Nuclear and Technological Development of the Navy, the FEMAR, the Foundation of Sea Studies, and the Federal Fluminense University, in addition to consultants and several experts. Additional details can be found in the website on screen, www.cembra.org.br. Now I have the great pleasure to greet those who are following Cembra in one more international meeting, the second international webinar on submersibles, Braving the Deep Sea, the Conquest of the Future. It is important to highlight that the second international webinar on submersibles was submitted to the United Nations Decade Commission connected to UNESCO's COI, and it was endorsed as one activity for the decade for the ocean. We have even greater pleasure because this event is the second event that Cembra is trying to contribute to greater knowledge and application of submersibles in Brazil. These are vehicles that are essential for research and exploration of the sea depths. But these vehicles can also be used for several different uses, several alternative uses, creating a versatile setting that we try to explore, even if even if at a shallow level in the video we just saw. Cembra in 2014 held a first international seminar on the topic, at the time held in person. We wanted to see the level of Brazilian development in this sector, not only in government agencies, but also including the efforts in the academy level. The knowledge of the state of the art in more advanced countries allowed us to provide a relative value of the attention that Brazil was giving to the subject. The second opportunity to deal with this topic has a reason, because the importance of use of submersibles worldwide continues to grow due to the increase in the demand for research and exploration at the sea depths for several purposes. It will also enable the knowledge about a different important variable. After almost 10 years, can we observe the advances by the country? Has Brazil followed the worldwide development in this segment? This will be an important information for our decision makers in several areas. So I'd like to invite you to follow the presentations we will have today, all of them related to the interests and to the use in the country and this amazing technological representations of submarine robotics. Tomorrow in the morning, we will have the opportunity to watch the several stages of development and use by institutions and companies in other countries. In several countries that were selected to participate as a function of having this specific aspect that can be presented to Brazil in scientific and political fields. Cembra, thank you all very much. Thanks you all very much, particularly the speakers who come from several institutions and who will be presenting what is done in Brazil and in the world in the area of submersibles. Dear participants, you are the foremost reason for our initiative. I wish you all enjoy this webinar that is starting right now. I'd like to wish you all an excellent webinar and that the results may bring real benefits for Brazil. That being said, I now declare the second international webinar on submersibles, Braving the Deep Sea, the Conquest of the Future, open. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Almirante Moura Neto, for your welcoming words. From now on, we will watch the opening video for this webinar entitled The Versatility of Submersibles.
Bem-vindos ao segundo webinário internacional sobre submersíveis, Desbravando o Mar Profundo, a Conquista do Futuro. O Oceano Profundo é o mais extenso ecossistema da Terra e permanece sendo o ambiente menos conhecido pelo homem. Entretanto, nas últimas décadas, o avanço do conhecimento sobre as grandes profundidades marinhas vem aumentando. Isso acontece principalmente graças ao uso de veículos submersíveis. Explorar as profundezas marinhas, ampliar pesquisas e recolher amostras sem arriscar vidas foram alguns dos motivos que impulsionaram a criação dos veículos submersíveis. Esses incríveis dispositivos de mergulho podem ser tripulados ou não e são extremamente versáteis. É possível, por exemplo, explorar grandes profundidades em busca de recursos minerais, coletar amostras do solo marinho e descobrir e estudar formas surpreendentes de vida. Há diversos modelos de submersíveis não tripulados. Os ROVs são veículos operados à distância. Eles se conectam a uma embarcação por cabos que transmitem sinais de comando e controle. Já os AUVs, veículos autônomos subaquáticos, se movimentam e operam sem contato físico com a superfície. Ao final de uma operação, um AUV é capaz de retornar a um local anteriormente programado. Os submersíveis podem ainda ser usados com finalidades turísticas e proporcionar verdadeiras aventuras submarinas, que antes só seriam possíveis nos filmes. Um exemplo desse tipo de expedição é a observação de naufrágios históricos. No entanto, também é importante citar a tragédia ocorrida com os tripulantes do submersível Titã. O fato nos mostra o quanto é preciso aprimorar a tecnologia para oferecer cada vez mais segurança. Com o objetivo de contribuir para ampliar o know-how a respeito dessa sofisticada tecnologia, o Centro de Excelência para o Mar Brasileiro tem o prazer de promover este webinário. Através de diversas palestras e debates, será apresentado o que há de mais recente a respeito das pesquisas, desenvolvimento e uso desses veículos no Brasil e no mundo. O Cembra continua acreditando que divulgar e ampliar o conhecimento sobre a importância de tais veículos é fundamental para a pesquisa e exploração exploração do mar, pois essa é uma forma de afetar os tomadores de decisão que podem contribuir para tornar o mar brasileiro mais conhecido e promover o aproveitamento de seus recursos de forma racional e sustentável. Vamos juntos explorar esse tema que é tão importante para o futuro do país. E quem sabe estará no mar profundo o futuro da própria humanidade.
Eu gostaria de lembrar que os
I'd like
certificados
to remind you that the certificates of participation will be sent to all of those who registered to participate in this webinar. For those who have registered yet, you can click on the banner on the screen and fill out the form with your details. Please also make sure to answer the questionnaire that is going to be sent to all of those who registered. And it's very important for us to get these answers. It is also important to highlight and to remind you that you can all ask questions by interacting on our live chat. To start today's webinar, we will have our first panel. We will be talking about submersibles, interests and use in the country. I would like to invite the moderator of panel 1, the Secretary of Cembra, Commander Antonio Nogueira. At the end of the panel, we will have time for a Q&A session. Make sure to use the chat function to ask your questions. Welcome, Commander. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with great pleasure that I will be starting the presentations of this webinar. I'd like to invite Mr. Eugenio Frazão from the Company of Mineral Resources, which is under the mandate of the Ministry of Science and Technology. In his presentation, he'll be talking about remotely operated vehicles. He will be talking about different projects involving shallow and deep waters, and he's representing the Brazilian Geological Survey. Mr. Frazão, the floor is yours. Thank you so much, Commander Frederico. On behalf of the Brazilian Geological Survey, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. I'd like to thank Admiral Costa Fernandes for inviting me to participate in Cembra in this second webinar on submersibles. Can you all see my screen? Good morning, everyone. My name is Eugenio Frazão. I hope you can all see my screen. We can. So, as mentioned, my name is Eugenio Frazão. I'm a geologist and I'm part of the Brazilian Geological Survey. I'm assistant at CGA, and as I said, I'm part of the Brazilian Geological Survey. Today, I will be talking about autonomous vehicles and also remotely operated vehicles, and I'll be talking about shallow waters and ultra deep waters in Brazil. Here we have just a brief summary of what we will be going over today. In addition to ROVs, I will also be talking about some remote observation vehicles such as Deep Tow, Neptune, KC, Box Quarter, TV Grab. These are all part of remotely operated vehicles, and for direct observation, we use autonomous vehicles, DSV, in this case, the Shinkai 6500 submersible. I'll also be talking about Valley 2013. I'll be talking about our dive plan as well. I'll be talking about the dive itself and also about the equipment that we have today for marine exploration. I will start by talking about our marine geology project. The Geological Survey has projects in the Pro area domain and also in Rio Grande. Despite its extension, we are coming to the completion of the project together with ISCA. So currently, it is under the Pro Area program. Despite the extension of our continental platform, together with CLPC. In addition, the Geological Survey has projects in the Northeast for shallow water platforms. We also have some projects called the Fosforita project in the south of Brazil, and we have the project Tinhonha in this area here. So we can observe the importance of the Brazilian Geological Survey and to the importance of knowing more about our blue Amazon. We have already mapped an area that is equivalent to the size of the state of São Paulo. So around 10% of our blue Amazon has been mapped by the Brazilian Geological Survey. I will start talking about our equipment used for direct observation. Here we can see some of the pieces of equipment that were used by the geological surveys. We have the Neptune, which is a towed camera system. We have the capability of video and recording here. We used this equipment in the Pacific. It's a very simple system. I don't know if you can see here. We have deep tow together with the cooperation in Brazil and Japan. It has been used. We also have the KC box scorer, the DTS 6000 digital video data, and also the spare, which is on board of the Vital de Oliveira ship, which belongs to the Brazilian Navy. And we also have an ROV that is used in shallow waters, when we have projects up to 300 meters of depth. The ROV that we used was a spare ROV. It has the capacity of diving up to 4,000 meters of depth. It has equipment for the collection of geological and biological samples, and it also has a seismic profiler, meaning that it was used mainly in the projects in 2018 in Western Rio Grande Rise, and we also have used it in the Central Rio Grande Rise. Here we have some images that were obtained by this ROV. Through this ROV, it was possible for us to determine the size of the crust that was around this area. So we have been able to determine all of this area here and also how thick it was. So with the images and with the collection of different organisms, we have been able to determine our environmental baseline. We know that we can only preserve what we know. So that's why it was so important for us to determine the environmental characteristics of this area and also the organisms that were present. Here is just an example of what we were doing. Our dives varied from 2 to 8 kilometers of extension. This is an example of a dive in this area. This dive covered around 8 kilometers, and we had an average duration of 45 minutes for the whole operation, the sweeping parts and other important areas. When it comes to environmental baseline, it is important to highlight the importance of biotechnology. We know that there is a promising market. Recently, we've had the COVID-19 pandemic, and we know now how important it is to learn more about the deep sea. Mining is not the worst villain, as people believe, but in the deep sea, we know that we are talking about a very sensitive environment, and we know that we're not supposed to extract minerals without following standards. So internationally, we work with ISGA to make sure that we are following protocols to have environmental protection areas and also have other areas that are going to be explored in the future. Based on the data that was collected with ROV and other sensors, we were able to calibrate our map and have a classification of the different objects. We have here 150 blocks that were required on this area here. Each block here has 20 square kilometers. So this contract is now being completed with our authorities, and we show here in black different areas that are in the West Rio Grande Rise, and all of these images have been obtained with ROV. Another equipment that was used was deep tow. Deep tow was used in Itapiúna in 2013 when we could not dive with the Shinkai submersible. It was very simple equipment. We have here a lot of different sensors and a dredge. And when we were carrying out the operation, we had a log dive on the vessel. This is just showing an example of what we obtained as a result. So we had a dive in a crater in the Rio Grande Rise area. This was an area where we had a lot of gas escaping. So we found this as an interesting area. These are we found carbonate rocks, bacteria that synthesize methane. So we were able to see gas escape marks. We saw also carbonate with hose in the center, and we also found other gas escape marks. And all of that was possible to be detected with the use of this equipment. We've also used Neptune in the Pacific. We were able to determine the baseline of this area. You can see the high resolution of the images here. This equipment normally stays 3 to 4 meters from the bottom and is used to identify organisms as well as to identify the number of nodules that are part of the seabed. This is box corer, which has a sampling system, and it also has high resolution images as well, which helps us know exactly where the collection is going to be carried out. We can see the nodules, how they are laid out at the seabed. Another remote observation equipment, a piece of equipment, was a TV grab, which was used in the Rio Grande Rise to calibrate our work. Here we can see the topography, the depth, and we were able to associate the type of floor with high reflectance, medium reflectance, and low reflectance. So we were able to calibrate our backscatter and also have the BTM classes. We use the TV grab, we use ROV and other sensors in this area. So in addition to this deep part, we also use shallow water ROVs. In this case, the operations are much easier. We don't need a control room. We use a joystick, which can be attached to a cell phone or to a monitor, but the images are high resolution as well. We have 4K images. We have examples of coral reefs, types of marine substrates. We have different kinds here. And these are very important resources for mineral exploration. We have the largest carbonate platform located in the eastern region. So this shows the importance of this kind of equipment in these projects.
The projects that we had direct observation with autonomous vehicles were Shinkai with the geological survey. We used in the Query 2013 campaign. It's starting in Yokozuka in Japan, and it went all over the world. In Brazil, we were responsible for the segment from Cape Town to Brazil. We had a dive in the Rio Grande do Rise, in the São Paulo Ridge, and in the Santos Basin. So we called the campaign Itapiúna on the Yokozuka ship, which is a ship that is dedicated to the Shinkai 6500 submersible. So here's our diving plan. This is one of the aquanauts. So the researcher who was going to do the dive was called an aquanaut, and they were appointed during the day. We didn't have set days. The science chief, Yoshi-san, would determine the research and who would do the dive, both for the geological dive and the biological dive. So we had a 9-hour operation from start to the recovery of the submersible at surface level. So we had our diving plan with the pilots and the commander of the ship. So we have real-time communication from the ship to the submersible. We had to weigh each person on board in prior training regarding the security on the submersible. And here we have a picture showing how tight it was. The area we were occupying in the submersible, the area occupied by the researchers, was a sphere with 2 meters in diameter, with all the sensors, with the tanks, the backup tanks. So Shinkai has 2 arms here in front to collect samples, both geological and biological samples, as well as several other sensors and high-resolution cameras. So we had 3 hatches, one for the researcher who was manning the ship. So we had 3 persons manning the submersible, and we had 1 hatch for the researcher and 1 for the co-pilot and commander. So we had great advances in geological projects. We could see the thickness, the resolution, the extension on the size of what is the floor of the cobalt crust on this area. We could collect samples for paleoceanography in the Rio Grande do Rise. So we had 9 push cores that were used for each dive. And in this region here, in the Campos Basin in Santos, also using Shinkai, we found this is why direct dive is important. We got sample oil. We could collect this with Shinkai in the second campaign in the Campos Basin and the Santos Basin. So why are we looking for mineral resources in deep or ultra deep waters? As we saw in the prior video, the future might be in deep waters. This is why it's so important to have these innovations. It's important for Brazil to have its own AUV, which is something the Navy is doing to provide support to Brazilian research and also Brazilian research in international waters, and to go forward with this technological future. We're living in smarter and smarter cities, aerospace technology, electric vehicles, but we need raw materials. We have robotic technology, we have several advances, but mineral resources are still scarce. So we can also see that we have machinery, some that have been tested. Here's one by Nautilus Minerals. They tested it in Solomon Island. So even though there's no exploration contracts with authorities, the issue of machinery, both for nodes and for the removal of cobalt-rich crusts, have been tested and they already exist. So I'd like to thank you all for your presence. I tried to show what the Brazilian Geological Survey is doing, what are the types of equipment, remote equipments that we're using, and autonomous equipments we have used in all of our projects, both when it comes to the scope of our own continental shelf and in international waters. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Professor Eugênio Frazão. We thank you for your excellent presentation. And I'd also like to thank you to keeping the time. It's very important for us to be punctual when we're doing webinars. It's very important to keep that in mind. Right now, I'd like to turn the floor to Professor Dr. Paulo Sumida. He is the director of the Oceanographic Institute of the University of São Paulo, one of the most important research centers in oceanography in Brazil. He will talk on the topic, most relevant scientific results between the cooperation between the Oceanographic Institute of the University of São Paulo and GenStack, resulting from the use of the Shinkai 6500 submersible from Japan in the continental ridge in the south and southeast of Brazil. Professor, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. I got lost in my screen here. Give me just a second. Thank you. I'd like to thank you all. Can you hear me? We hear you loud and clear, Professor. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Cembra for inviting me. It is a pleasure to be here. I'd like to congratulate Eugênio. We were together in the Shinkai submersible. It was a very important period for the Brazilian science. I see the data and I feel excited because some of the images are amazing. Some of the images they're getting. Congratulations. I was asked to show some of the most relevant scientific results that we got with Shinkai. And it's interesting. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. It has been 10 years since we've had this campaign. And out of it, we published a number of scientific papers. It was a very important moment for Brazilian science. Me in particular, because I've been working with deep sea since 1987, so 35 years, particularly in the biological area, but the geological and geophysical area is super important for us as well. So this cooperation with the Shinkai submersible was very important because we brought together several Brazilian universities, Univale, the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, Fluminense Federal University, the Brazilian Geological Service, and together with GemStack, we were able to have a very successful expedition. And from that point on, we have worked hard. We've had partnerships with other universities, FAPESP, to conduct further studies, analyzing the samples and so on, with people, with the teams from Japan as well. So this was a very, very important moment. As Eugênio mentioned, we will have some overlap between my presentation and his. We created, based on the suggestion of a professor, if I'm not mistaken, he suggested that we did the cruise Itapiuna, which is a Tupi Guarani word, which means to navigate in dark, deep waters. So it's a very appropriate word to talk about this dive. This was an agreement between Brazil and Japan, where GEMSTEC, the University of São Paulo, and CPRM were the protagonists, together with 10 institutions from other countries. As Eugenio also said, we used the Yokosuka ship. This was the mothership, so to speak, for Shinkai, for the... It's not a new ship, but it has plenty of technological resources. We went to the Rio Grande Ridge, rise the São Paulo Ridge, and the São Paulo Plateau in 2013. So this expedition was exactly 10 years ago, and it was quite successful. We used the Shinkai submersible. As Professor Eugenio mentioned. And what I'd like to show you is that we got a number of results. Of course, we won't be able to go through all of them, but I'd like to show you, and focusing on manned submersibles. There is a controversy in research if we should use or not manned submersibles due to the risks involved, and also because today ROVs and AUVs can pretty much do anything manned submersible can do without the risk and without time limitations, which we would have with manned submersibles. In particularly, I disagree. I think that the human presence, the human touch in the submersible on in situ is something that we simply cannot reproduce just by looking through a screen, looking through a computer screen. So the perception you get of the environment, the things you can see and that you wouldn't be able to see with a camera, you would later in the lab to be able to sit down and look with great precision. It's not the same as being in the deep sea. So I'd like to show you, I'd like to draw a timeline of what happened during the expedition, and it had implications that impacted our research. Once again, this is the CPRM map. I see that Professor Eugenio has an amazing map, and I'd love to know if he can send me a copy of his wonderful map of the Rio Grande Rise. We still have this map that is from the time that we did it, from the São Paulo Ridge and São Paulo Plateau and the Rio Grande Rise. But what I really wanted to show you are some of the scientific results, if we can say that one is more important than other scientific result. But the first thing I'd like to show is something called serendipity. It's something that is ineffable. When you're diving, you can simply have an amazing discovery without expecting it. At least we had the opportunity to have some of these moments where scientific research can have a major benefit due to a lucky break, mostly. One of them through our first leg in the Rio Grande Rise and the São Paulo Ridge, with the second leg being on the São Paulo Plateau, we found a whale carcass. And finding a whale carcass in natura is quite hard. Just imagine a colleague of mine. I work with him in the University of Bahia, Professor Craig Smith. In 1987, he found the first whale carcass deep in diving in a submersible.
And this has led just to scientific research related to organisms that live in a whale carcass. In 2013, that is 26 years later, we were able to find a whale carcass after the first one that was found in deep sea. We found that one in the São Paulo plateau at over 4,000 meters of depth. This was the 8th whale body, whale carcass that was found in the world after all the work that has been done. It was a Balanoptera bonaerensis kind of whale. We just found 9 vertebrae. We are able to find this through a genetic marker that was able to confirm the identity of this whale. And this was the deepest, the whale that was founded in the deepest area to this moment. And maybe you're thinking, so what? It was the first natural carcass found in the Atlantic Ocean and the 8th, as I mentioned, found in this state. But why is that important? A lot of people think that these whales simply die and will end up on the shore, becoming a burden to mayors on coastal areas. But in reality, it's quite the opposite. Most whales, they sink in deep seas, and the deep sea is a place where the scarcity of food is a very important factor for the evolution of organisms in this environment. So basically, the organisms that live in these deep areas have evolved in the sense of taking advantage of every single piece, every single particle of organic matter that is there. So whenever a whale goes there, the amount normally throughout this area, it's going to be consumed. And when it gets to the bottom of the sea, we're talking about a very small amount. But can you imagine if you have a whole whale going to the deep sea area? We're talking about an animal with a lot of fat, a lot of meat, a lot of bones. 60% of whale bones are formed by lipids and collagen. So we are talking about extremely rich materials, extremely rich in energy that are important for these organisms. So we are talking about not only about big animals here, such as a whale, but we're talking about also microorganisms. And as Eugenio mentioned, biotechnology also takes advantage of these animals that have evolved in extreme conditions to then try and find products that are hidden in the genome of these organisms and that can be extremely useful to us. And there are some products of those that came out of this whale. We have here whale fall. We're talking here about what I mentioned before as carcass. So we have found, just to give you an idea, this is São Paulo. So we have a small ecosystem, a very small ecosystem, where we have here this microbian rugs. We have a lot of different microorganisms. We have this one here in red. This is an organism that I will show you. So we are talking here about a relatively small whale, but we have a whole community being formed within the bones and also around them. So we can see here a very small habitat of just a few square meters, but it holds a lot of microorganisms around it. We collected these organisms to conduct research during our dives. We processed part of this material, so we can see here all of these organisms, annelids, and they are very important for us from a scientific point of view. We have snails as well. So out of these, we have over 40 species of animals here, and all of these species are new to science. So we have an extremely small ecosystem. However, I have many different species that had never been described by science. So this shows that there is a lot for us to explore and discover. But what we have found is that there are organisms in these places that are related to some others in the Pacific, for example. So we have been able to establish phylogenetic relations that show how these environments might be connected and how the ocean works, which is something that is very interesting. These organisms that you see are new species, and a lot of them have been described by us. For example, one of them is a class of organisms that are specialized in the degradation of organs. That's a little bit weird, right, when we think about it that way. But we have Ocedax, which is this worm. As you can see here on the image, it's called a zombie worm because it lives among the dead, and it specializes in degrading bones. These organisms have a bomb of protons that acidify the environment, and this is the environment integrated to bones. And this green tissue absorbs collagen and lipids from bones, and there are bacteria in these tissues that help this organism absorb nutrients. The organism that you see here is a female. You see her ovary there, that's the white part. We have this trunk part, this tubular area, and we have some white dots as well, which are the eggs. So these organisms have also very dwarf males, which is very important as well because there is no competition for food among all of them. So the females, they are very large, and the males, they are very small, and they produce sperm. So this is a strategy that they have. They have a lot of dwarf males that produce sperm to fertilize female eggs, so they don't compete for food among themselves. Another important organism is this snail here. We have described these two organisms, and we have this bone eater snail, the Rumpspira brasiliensis, which had just been found in the Atlantic before this cruise. This was the second time we found this organism outside of the Pacific, or rather, this organism was the second time this organism was found outside of the Pacific. And I want to now talk about how things are interconnected. Eugenio has shown that during our second trip, we found asphalt exudations. And Fernando from Petrobras said that we could not call this asphalt, but I'm calling it asphalt here because it was coined among researchers. We believe that this should be called asphalt exudations, but this is a kind of oil that is solidified due to the temperature. And this asphalt has a lot of organisms associated to it. And these exudations are very important because they can be a place for the growth of specialized organisms, organisms that are specialized in the degradation of this kind of oil. When we bring it to the surface, we can see that this oil becomes to liquefy a little bit and to melt, if you will. But there are animals that live of oil. And how is it connected to the whale? Well, we have whales and other organisms as well. And when we have these exudations of oil and gas, the so-called cold seeps and other hydrothermal sources that are generally associated to oceanic air ridges, they have things in common. So whales and other species that live inside of these whales also live in these thermal sources and also in these oil and gas exudations. So what I want to show is that the study of the whale leads to a better understanding of these other species that live in these very specific environments and that have something in common, which is the primary production, regardless of solar energy. We found this place, but unfortunately, we were not able to stay there for too long.
Professor, ainda temos 5 minutos.
We have 5 minutes left. Meanwhile, 5 million years ago, we also found the remainders of a whale. We found the skull of a whale. So this whale was probably being colonized by the organisms, the same organisms that I've shown are now colonizing current whales. So this is another serendipity. And I think that this is something that through video we would not be able to see. Fortunately, the researcher that was in deep sea was able to spot this whale skull, and it was described as a new kind of whale, Africanacetus gracilis. Is a species that no longer exists, but it was fossilized through the deposition of a manganese and iron crust that was mentioned by Mr. Frazão. So it is important to see the preservation here. It's interesting to see the preservation of the bone that lasted for over 5 million years till it was discovered by an expedition in Brazil. So here we can see that it was dated based on the thickness of this layer of manganese and iron. So it's very interesting because in the past we had the same process, and we have evidence that this colonization of bones takes place not only with whales. It was potentialized millions of years ago when very large whales came to be, but they existed back when we have plesiosaurs that were colonized by these organisms. And now I will talk about research and the benefits for society. As Mr. Eugenio has shown, we had the opportunity, and obviously the Brazilian Geological Survey has been playing a very important role in this area, but as it was mentioned, we were able to better see this environment, not only the thickness of the crust, and we have been able to collect the crust in situ, but also show all the fauna that colonizes these places. So it is very important for us to learn more about these environments so that we can have sustainable exploration of these locations. We will find commercially relevant species in this amazing environment, in the rise of Rio Grande, and you can see a lot of minerals that are being collected in this area. And we have this iron and manganese crusts that are very important, as it was previously mentioned by Mr. Eugenio.
And now coming very close to the end here, as Dr. Eugenio said, these are crusts that are rich in E-Tech minerals, which are very important for the green industry. The exploration with the Shinkai submersible allowed us to advance in the knowledge of these areas. And here at the university, it led to other important projects like marine tech and the current project that is ongoing, the emerge process. And it deals with these crusts, with these ferromanganese crusts. It also contributed to a request for the increase of the economic exploration zone, but we also discovered that it has a rich and fragile fauna. And a few final considerations: the use of submersibles, in this case manned submersibles, is very important for deep regions, which represent around 90% of the ocean. Human presence is often able to see nuance that can't always be seen just using live imaging. And to give you an idea, some of our dives can be important in the long term to understand how our planet operates. And I've shown just a fraction of what was done. A lot of the papers have been published, some haven't been published yet, but the importance of having resources so that we can have better understanding of the planet and also economic issues. Here is the same image that Eugenio showed. The both of us are in the image. Eugenio wearing a yellow jacket, I'm with a black shirt. And thank you very much. I'm available at your disposal if you want to reach out to me at the Institute to talk about this experience or exchange any ideas for new projects. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Paulo Sumida. Thank you, Professor, for your excellent presentation. And this was a compliment to Dr. Eugenio's presentation. Congratulations, Dr. Paulo. This was a great commission. I was afraid when Eugenio was speaking. I was afraid we were going to overlap too much. There was some, but yes, you did overlap, but it was great for the total of the whole of the presentation. So congratulations to both of you. But now we have to move ahead. So now I'd like to invite Commander Marcos Paulo Beal. Marcos Paulo Beal, Commander Beal.
Ele é do grupo de avaliação e adestramento de
group for assessment and training for mine warfare from the naval operations in Bahia. Commander, the floor is now yours. Commander Bial.
Seu som está mudo.
You were on mute. Good morning.
Só um pequeno teste de como está me recebendo?
Just testing. How can you hear me? Loud and clear.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Eu sou o Capitão de Mar e Guerra Bial,
I'm
encarregado de
Captain
avaliação e
Bial.
monitoramento
I'm
de guerra de minas.
from the group of assessment and training on mine warfare.
Do Estado-Maior do Comando
We
do
are
Segundo
part of the
Distrito Naval, sediado
state of
em
the
Salvador.
Second Naval Command in Salvador.
Teste.
Can you hear me?
Nós estamos aqui em Salvador. Agradeço
We are located in Salvador,
para
and we thank you for the invitation to speak on the mine countermeasures and the use of submersibles.
uma experiência muito grata em poder
It's a very rewarding experience to be able to join this webinar. As a diving officer, I was the operator of an RV early in my career in this a rescue ship. So this was a part of my career to have this relationship with submersible equipment. We will talk about the use of this equipment in the military. I will try to avoid technical terms because we have a mixed audience, and I'll try to provide some context here. We'll have a brief introduction about mines, about mine warfare, the mine countermeasures, and then we'll talk about the main star of our webinar, the submersibles, or the use of submersibles in mine countermeasures. So we will proceed. Let's go back to the slides. We will follow this agenda here, and we'll be talking about the mine warfare, countermeasures, the standoff concept, when we start to have a transition to move men away from threats, the use of submersibles on MCM, and the new technologies available in the market. So we will start talking about the discovery of a gunpowder in the 14th, on the 9th century, and the first submarine mine was created in the 14th century in the Ming dynasty in China. It was the first naval mine. From that point on, we have the use early in the 20th century in the Russian-Japanese wars, the use of naval mines in minefields to try to defend ports and create naval blockades. From that point on, we see the use of naval mines with a strategic nature. Then we see the term of mine warfare, which is the reason we exist here in the second district in the mine warfare assessment and training group. We have the expression mine warfare to talk about the strategic, operational, or tactical use of underwater mines. So to try to create to systemize the way to rationalize this and to make it easier to understand, we have this flow chart here so that we can see in an educational way how we divide mine warfare. Here we will follow this flow chart, and we'll reach to the use of our submersibles on mine warfare. We can see on this flow chart that mine warfare is clearly divided in the placement of mines, which could be offensive or defensive, but we will focus on the countermeasures, the actions we use to neutralize the effects of the enemy minefields.
Na sequência das contramedidas de minagem,
Following the mine countermeasures
que nós falamos aqui agora sobre a
that we
neutralização
talked about
dos efeitos de uma mina,
neutralizing the effects of a mine.
vem a pergunta:
Here we have
quais
the basic question:
propósitos de uma operação
what are the purposes of a mine countermeasure operation?
A resposta é evitar
And the answer is to avoid the deployment of mines by the enemy and reducing the danger. Mine countermeasures are used to deny the use of the sea or to provide channels that ships can go through or to clean up an area.
Dentro do conceito de contramedida de minagem defensiva,
Within the
nós temos
defensive
ativa e passiva.
mine countermeasures, we have passive and active countermeasures. Passive countermeasures are measures that are conducted in vessels to mitigate the effects of a potential influence on naval mines. The active countermeasures are the actions where vessels and other seagoing ships are cleaning the areas. We have the sweeps where we have equipment actually sweeping the area. We have mechanic sweeps, acoustic or magnetic influence sweeps, where the equipment can influence the mines to be activated with sound recordings or magnetic waves. Mine hunting is also an active countermeasure, and it's an individual type of countermeasure where the area is cleaned mine by mine, point by point. And in the passive countermeasures, we have the measures that are conducted to mitigate the influence of the vessels and treatment stations. The Brazilian Navy has a degassing station or the measurement stations where you can see the magnetic fields of the ships, and we can treat them to degass and demagnetize them. So these are precautionary measures to reduce the effects that can have an influence on acoustic and magnetic mines.
Vertente da contramedida de
The other
minagem
side of the active countermeasures are the mine hunting operations. These operations came after the mine sweeps, the mine sweeping operations, and it occurs in stages. And they happen more punctually, where first you detect potential mines. First you have the detection, then the classification. If the potential mine is indeed a mine, the mine is identified and then neutralized. In the detection stage, using a naval asset, we try to identify an object that is mine-like. Then in the classification stage, we attempt to classify the object as if it's possible, if it's likely to be a mine or not. We check this underwater object, and based on its format and its size, its shape, and according to the capacities of the sensors, we can classify it as a potential mine. Then we have the identification stage, where we normally have visual inspection, And from this point on, we start to visualize images and of submersibles, and we will reach the submersibles at this the identification stage, either done by divers according to the limitations and abilities of a diver, or we use submersible equipments.
ROVs or autonomous vehicles. During the neutralization and destruction phase of the mine, which is the phase in which we are going to neutralize this mine, or we are going to destroy this mine, this phase is conducted by divers or by submersibles. During this phase, we can deploy explosives or neutralize and deactivate the mines according to the deactivation techniques that we have for underwater explosives. At this point of the presentation, it is important to comment that we have here two reports from two very large navies, the one in France and the one in the United Kingdom. Officials cite how important for us it is to have drone-based system. The standoff concept talks about the distance between man and the threat. This is due to a lot of different factors: public opinion regarding accidents with explosives, and major navies have already positioned themselves in terms of transition towards a phase in which the majority of systems, regardless of the area of war, all the systems used in the future will be remotely operated or endowed with artificial intelligence capable of certain military actions independently. There are projections in terms of time. Some countries attempt to have this transition within 10 to 30 years. This is mentioned by the Royal Navy. So this image that we have of the diver close to the mine, this imminent risk of explosion, this is what we are trying to replace through vehicles and through systems that are called unmanned maritime systems, in such a way that we can keep men out of danger. We conclude that this transition is necessary, and because of that, the Brazilian Navy has carried out a lot of research, and we have been moving towards this direction of transitioning from some systems into others where parts of the war will be carried out by unmanned systems. We can see here the complexity of this image in terms of the operation of unmanned vehicles. Obviously, this image translates the need for the deployment of technological systems. We need to have research. We need to work closely with the academia, and also with technological centers, our so-called ICTs. In terms of the evolution of the mine war, we can see that mines have evolved, technology speaking. At first, they were completely mechanized, And throughout time, they have become more modern. Mines are becoming smaller. However, they have irregular shapes. And today we have some mines that have artificial intelligence. So they are capable of following vessels. We can see how we have evolved in terms of our operations as well, mine sweeping operations and mine hunting operations. We've seen also the improvement of sonar systems, and in such a way that they are becoming more specialized and more specific and more sophisticated. We can see that regarding mine countermeasures evolution, the final stage would be removing men from the field so that we can deploy unmanned systems. So far, we have been talking about the mine war doctrine. We have talked about mine countermeasures, both defensive and offensive, active and passive. We've talked about mine sweeping operations and mine hunting operations. We talked about how they are more precise in terms of search of these explosive artifacts. Within the standoff concept, the idea of moving men away from the risk, now we have finally gotten to the most important part of this webinar, submersibles. So we are going to be talking about how to use these submersibles in mine countermeasures. We normally see these pieces of equipment being used in maritime areas and focal areas, and these same systems can be used for clearance operations, anti-submarine operations, and also different geological surveys. How can we discuss this problem of naval mines keeping men away from threats? Well, the answer is quite obvious. We have to use submersibles. We have here a well-known system used by the American Navy. And here we can see an aircraft towing a system that is capable of emitting acoustic waves in such a way that it will influence acoustic mines. Just like this system, we'll be presenting others. We have some new technologies with unmanned systems that can be used especially during search phases in which we try to search and identify and map the locations of the mines. So we can use not only systems that are unmanned for sweeping operations, but we can also use unmanned vehicles remotely operated using a cable, for example, or we can use autonomous underwater vehicles that can be pre-programmed for search and rescue. And depending on the capacity of these sensors, they can also generate images or positively classify naval mines. These systems have very important characteristics, such as the fact that they are small and portable, and that the fact that can be launched by aircrafts and ships, regardless of control cables. This means that we can detect mines in an autonomous way currently. This image tries to represent the distance from the ship and the mine. We can see there the traditional way, where we have the dive getting closer to the threat, and at the same time, we have the deployment of ROVs and AUVs.
dos meios navais
These
tradicionais.
vehicles can be launched from traditional naval vessels, and they can also be launched by surface unmanned vehicles that can be controlled from the shore.
Agora falando pouco dos submersíveis na Marinha.
Now on to underwater submarine vehicles, and also about the initiatives by the Brazilian Navy, especially those that are focused on mine countermeasures. 5 minutes left. In our ICTs, we can see the development of studies that are being carried out by our centers. Our centers are developing and researching about UAVs, about AUVs and ROVs. We have been trying to develop an autonomous unmanned vehicle. And now I will be showing some of the vehicles that are available in the market. Each one of them has their own characteristics, but all in all, they are able of performing search, classification, and identification of mines. Some of them are capable of carrying explosive cargo in such a way they can deactivate submerged mines. We have vehicles from this company, the so-called CCAT, which is used for search, CFOX, which is used for detection and deactivation. We have the C-Scan MK2 as well by Echo Group. These are vehicles that are available in the market and have been for a while now. We have Double Eagle, which are full technological solutions that are used for all the phases of mine countermeasures, from search to the deactivation of the explosive. We have also other unmanned equipment that are capable of performing the search with search sensors. And I have, of course, to mention the Flatfish that was developed in Salvador. This is a prototype of autonomous vehicle that will be presented by the representative of SEMAI and SEMATEC. And just to wrap up our presentation, I want to also mention a report by the Marine Technology News website, where the spokesperson for Gazprom mentions that there were pipelines with gas leaks, and in the search for the leak, they were able to find a vehicle called CFOX. They didn't know why this vehicle was close to these pipelines. So I'm just gonna leave this report here for you to take a look later. But what I want to mention and put on record is that the deployment of submersibles is strategic from a military point of view and from other points of view. And we believe that submersibles have a great future ahead, and that they will probably be used in almost everything that is being done underwater. I just want to finish by thank you for the invitation to make this presentation, and I'm open to questions.
Muito obrigado, Comandante Biel.
Thank you, Commander. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. And even for us, there's a lot of things that we don't know, since we're talking about a very specialized area in naval war. And now I'd like to invite Professor Sergei Stefan, who will be making a presentation
sobre o tema submersíveis para pesquisa oceânicas no Brasil.
on the topic of submersibles for ocean research in Brazil. He is part of the National Institute for Ocean Research. Professor, the floor is yours.
System. This system has
Estou tentando entrar aqui na
I'm
minha apresentação.
trying to open my presentation here.
Eu tenho que.
Give me a second, please. Just a moment.
Agora sim.
There we go. I
Estamos
think
no-
I think the presentation is working now.
Peraí,
Nope, that's not it. Just a second. Just a second, please. Let me go back here. Go back to our test.
Ok, acredito que
Okay,
estejam me
I
ouvindo.
think you can hear me, right?
Comandante Frederico, estão me ouvindo?
Commander Federico, can you hear me?
Alô?
Estamos lhe ouvindo forte e claro.
We hear you loud and clear.
Obrigado. Bom dia a todos.
Thank you.
Queria agradecer o convite.
Thank you all. I'd like to thank you for the invitation.
Cumprimentar o coordenador
I'd like
executivo
to
do Cembra, Almirante Moura Neto,
send my greetings to Admiral Moura Neto,
Fernandes,
Admiral Costa Fernandez, an enthusiast of our topic, and the moderators, Commander Federico, and my colleague, Professor Carlos Levy.
Eu vou fazer uma apresentação que
I will give a presentation
cobrirá alguns
that will
tópicos,
cover a few topics
relacionados ao
related to
submersible.
submersibles.
Falar pouco
At first,
sobre
I'll talk about
Nacional de
the
Pesquisa
National
Oceânica,
Institute of Ocean
depois
Survey
vamos
Institute.
visitar os
Then
tipos de
we will go through the types of
falar
submersibles.
dos principais
We will talk about the main manned
e, na parte
submersibles,
final, entrar num
and
aspecto
in the end,
mais técnico
go into a
relacionado
more
ao
technical side
estrutural dos
related to
submersíveis
the
tripulados
structure and
e
project
terminar
of manned
com um
submersibles.
acontecimento
And
recente
we'll end with a
da
recent
implosão
event
dos
of the
submersíveis
implosion of the Titan
Esse é o
submersible.
meu roteiro.
This is my agenda.
Nós
So,
tivemos na semana
IMPO.
passada
Last week,
avanço
we had a new
na
advance
implementação do nosso
through the implementation of our
pesquisas oceânicas.
National Institute of
Esse,
Oceanic
foi
Research.
qualificado como
It was
organização
classified as a social organization
federal.
by the federal government.
Semana passada houve a primeira reunião do Conselho de
And
Administração, onde tomaram posse.
we had the first Professor, you're not sharing your screen. Could you please share it?
Vou voltar aqui. A tela agora aparece aí a tela?
Afirmativo, a
Can you
tela
see
está
my screen? We see your screen now.
Está aparecendo a tela?
Yes.
Rede de Pesquisas e Inovação.
Now we
Conteúdo.
see mission, INPO on screen.
Acho que é isso aí.
That's great.
Então, na semana passada, como
So
eu disse,
last week, as I said, we had the first meeting of the board of directors of INPO, the National Institute of Oceanographic Research, where the president, the general director was appointed. INPO, its mission is to promote transformative ocean science in an integrated transdisciplinary nature to overcome national challenges, and it is focused on the South Atlantic to expand Brazil's role in the international scenario with technical grounding and to subsidize public policy. We also understand that INPO must contribute to the international agenda for a sustainable ocean. Our areas of work, I'm naming these areas based on the potential use of submersibles. It involves physical, chemical, biological, and geological oceanography. Just a few examples that we've had in the presentations. The interaction between ocean and the atmosphere, maritime fishing and aquaculture, oceanographic instrumentation, which is closely connected to submersibles, and from the technological point of view, oceanic observation, renewables, renewable energy, marine biotechnology, marine biodiversity, and human and social sciences related to the ocean. As you can see, all the areas related to ocean observation are fundamentally important to expand the scientific knowledge regarding the ocean. INPO is located in or embedded into a research infrastructure network that is comprised of 27 universities, research institutes, specialized groups such as INCTs, the National Institutes for Science and Technology in topics related to the ocean, technical and scientific societies, and expert scientific groups. It's on this foundation that we're building our National Institute for Oceanographic Research. As a baseline program, that is our 4 main areas of work are the ocean circulation in large scale, where we have the interaction between ocean, continent, and atmosphere, climate changes, and oceanography and coastline zones, applied marine biodiversity, biotechnology, aquaculture, deep ocean, submarine geology, biodiversity and ecosystems, minerals and biotechnological resources, technology and innovation, both sensor technology, oceanic instrumentation, as well as observation and monitoring of oceans, and the renewable energy of the ocean. This is a synthesized framework of what we have as INPO's work. When we start thinking about this major range of work in the ocean, we have to understand better what are the possibilities we have when we're talking about submersibles. And one of the devices that currently is essential are gliders. The gliders that in the seminar, when we're going deeper on the topic, we will have a discussion on it. The ocean glider is an autonomous vehicle. It is unmanned, and it's used to collect data on the variables of the ocean. They can travel large distances for long periods. They do not have propulsors, and they move at a slow speed. These gliders have several modes of operation. On the right, we have a few examples, including possible paths that they can follow that will happen through pumps that change the ballast of the equipment and make it move without needing fuel, using basically flotation and ballast to move forward in its path. The other vehicles that were already mentioned here, we have the AUVs that do use conventional thrusters and can travel at high speeds and can have high level of control. They conduct missions without the intervention of an operation, and they return to a pre-programmed location with the data that are then retrieved and processed. We have here, for example, the Hugin, made by Kongsberg, and I saw that tomorrow in our agenda, we will have deeper information about it. The ROVs, remote operated vehicles, that are used quite often in oil and gas, They are controlled from the surface through umbilical cables. They could be used for observation or work.
Manipuladores
And
que hoje em
the ones
dia
that are used for work have robotic arms,
possibilitando
and we have major advances
complexos.
allowing handling and operations that are relatively complex.
Veículos
When we
submersíveis,
talk about submersible vehicles, underwater vehicles, we associate these underwater vehicles to manned vehicles. And throughout the years, we have here in this chart the evolution of these vehicles. At first, we had relatively simple vehicles with little autonomy that could go to major depths, but throughout time, technology enabled significant advances. Professor Paulo Sumida and Dr. Eugenio Frazan provided examples with a Shinkai, which is the Japanese submersible that in its most advanced version
a 6.500
reach 6,500 meters in depth.
aqui, por exemplo, essa
And here we have, for example,
a indicação em
the
termos
indication in terms of depth
nas ordenadas,
here in the ordinates, which provides us with an idea of how these evolutions came about. We also have a large variety of submersible vehicles or underwater vehicles that came from the US. Trident for up to 1,000 meters, Titan, that we will discuss soon, that in theory should reach 3,000 meters, Alvin for 4,500 meters, and then was refitted to 6,500. And
as grandes estrelas em
the
termos
major stars in terms of
que são o limiting
underwater vehicles today, limiting factor that reaches almost 11,000 meters, or the most we can have in ocean depth.
chinês
And Fendoshi from China, that is also very close to the maximum depth that we can reach in the ocean.
programação
I saw that we also have in our agenda the history of Chinese submersibles by Professor Rui, our great friend, our longtime friend, and one of the most respected professors internationally. And he will talk about the evolution of the Chinese vehicles.
Quando a gente fala desses veículos,
When we're talking about these vehicles, I just wanted to take a first look on the Chinese submersible Fendoshi. This is a vehicle that has space for 3 crew members, and this has some implications in the structural project. It has done 3 dives in the Challenger Deep,
superiores a 10
with 8 of them going beyond 10,000 meters of depth. It has 2 servo-hydraulic handles, and it can handle up to 60 kilograms. It has an advanced hydroacoustic communication system to transmit and broadcast in real time text, voice, and images from the bottom of the sea to the mothership and the surface. When we go to the other major manned depth vehicle, we have limiting factor, and we have a basic difference between both of them. When you have a vehicle for up to 2 crew members, as is the case for limiting factor, the US vehicle, we have the possibility of using a sphere as the cabin crew, the crew's cabin. This changes the project substantially because we know that spheres are the structural form that has the best performance under hydrostatic conditions.
As tensões
If
vão.
we have this sphere, if we have a sphere, tensions will dissipate
Tensão de membrana ao longo da
as a
superfície.
membrane tension along the surface of this structure. When we have a larger crew, we need a pressure vase with a cylinder shape, which alters the project. In the case of the limiting factor, we have a dive depth of approximately 11,000 meters, pressure tests that have been carried out in hyperbaric booths, chambers, and we are talking about 14,000 meters. It is also made for a crew of 2 people as well. It is a sphere that is made of titanium with a thickness of 90 millimeters and an internal diameter of 1,500 millimeters. And this is where the pilot and the observer stay. This is a certified vehicle, and it's very important to mention that there are procedures, well-defined procedures by independent institutions. And one of them, which is widely recognized, is the Norwegian DNV, which most recently, due to the merge with German Sherloid, a German company.
A sociedade classificadora DNVGL, que
now we have DNVGL, which was responsible for the certification of this vehicle. There is a short video I found that I would like to share with you about the limiting factor vehicle, which gives us a dimension of the construction process. And I think it's very important. I will see if I can play it successfully.
Aqui. Okay.
In 2019, history was made when explorer Victor Vescovo became the first person in history to dive to the deepest point in all 5 of Earth's oceans. The submersible, along with the DSSV pressure drop, its tenders, scientific landers, and world-class mapping sonar make up the Hadal Exploration System. This system has proven its capability of exploring, mapping, and diving to any depth in any of the world's oceans. The project was commissioned to be engineered and built by Triton Submarines. After a lengthy engineering process, the construction of limiting factor began with the forging of its pressure hull from titanium. Once the 2 halves of the sphere were forged, an extensive machining process then brought these halves down to near perfect sphericity, where they would then be joined and sent to Russia for pressure testing that would simulate full ocean depth plus 20%. Next, the sphere and thousands of other components from vendors across the planet would be combined and assembled into the limiting factor submersible. The pressure drop was selected as the perfect counterpart and platform to support and transport this submersible around the world. After a multi-million-dollar refit to this vessel, the Hadal Exploration System was complete and ready to begin its historical mission. It would then go on to dive the deepest point in all of Earth's oceans, proving itself as the world's only certified unlimited depth submersible. With nearly a dozen dives to the deepest point in Earth's ocean at Challenger Deep, this once nearly impossible endeavor has become nearly routine. The Hadal Exploration System made history and broke countless records along the way. With this technology, the future of deep ocean exploration has truly changed forever.
Ok. Eu acho esse vídeo muito ilustrativo.
I find this video very illustrative because it talks about the manufacturing of the pressure vase, the pressure half, which is vital for the submersible. Some years ago,
alguns testes para
we carried out
submarinos.
some tests for submarines,
Isso foi realizado no laboratório de
the pressure raise of submarines. This was carried out in a lab for submarine technologies. A submersible vehicle
pode ser construído em escala
can be
reduzida,
built
submetido à pressão.
at a smaller scale and submitted to pressure.
Modelo que foi
Here, we have an example of a model that was subject to pressure in this chamber in the lab of marine technology. To the right, we have the structure
vaso de pressão
failure, as we have this pressure chamber with a volume, with limited volume. When we have this structure failure, and you see here that this compartment is sealed, the top here is to our left. This structure failure is interrupted because we have more space for the water to expand, hence the pressure reduces. In the case of the ocean, this doesn't happen, and this structure is crushed by the force associated with hydrostatic pressure. Normally, what we do is we survey the material, we collect data on the material, so we have here the deformation of the material. We put this on the model of finite
numérico que pode
pressure, and then we try to see if there is a model to represent this failure. And it is very important for us to have the oval representation of this transversal part. So the building of a submersible vehicle and the manufacturing of this vehicle are two things that are interconnected. This other curve here, as the pressure goes up, we can have a radial movement at some point, which might lead to this structure, to a structural failure. As this material is metallic, we have a buildability property which requires that the material
inicial e depois
have
tem a implosão.
an initial change leading to the implosion.
Eu vou falar pouquinho do Titã.
And I will talk a little bit about Titan to conclude our presentation.
Observamos aí nas últimas semanas uma grande
The case
discussão.
of Titan has led to a lot of discussions over the past few years. We have this carbon fiber pressure hole here, and this carbon fiber has a length of around 2.4 meters. This is represented here in blue. The other parts that are shown here do not have the effect, as we say, of a resistant hull. The resistant hull is represented by this structure, which is made up of a cylinder and carbon fiber and two halves of titanium. 5 minutes. This is the basic structure of Titan. It has two hemispheric halves made up of titanium with a thickness of 83 millimeters, two titanium rings that are responsible for the interface between the cylindric body and the halves, and we have the structure made up of carbon fiber.
Uma resina epox.
And normally they use epox resin as the matrix
de fibra carbono.
for this carbon fiber structure.
Em relação a esse projeto do Titã.
What can we say regarding the Titan project? It was a project that we consider to be experimental. It does not have certification. For us to reproduce what was shown on the previous slides, meaning to carry out tests
computacional
having a numerical computation model that can simulate that behavior, it is extremely important. We must understand the mechanical characteristics of this material. And we know that despite
vantajosa da
the
fibra
extremely advantageous properties of carbon fiber, when it is subject to traction,
é submetida a
when it
carregamento,
is subject to
a
pressure,
mesma capacidade
it
de
does not have the same
estima-se
resistance.
na compressão a
We believe that during compression,
já na sua matriz de
the resistance capacity of carbon fiber is between 30 to 50% of the capacity it has in traction. And when we have a submersible vehicle,
o carregamento compressivo que faz com
we are
que
talking about
grande parte das propriedades da
a
fibra
lot of pressure, which leads to the carbon fiber not withstanding this pressure.
a resistência à compressão, que é muito menor do que a resistência à tração.
And we see that the resistance it has to pressure, it is something that is much lower when compared to its traction resistance. So research centers need to learn more about the capacity of these carbon fiber elements when it comes to using it in structures that will be subject to compression. Another essential point when it comes to Titan, the Titan submersible, is the need to control also the cylinder structure.
A estrutura da esfera, menor a
When the
capacidade.
structure of the sphere is not as circular, the capacity to reach great depths is lower. So we need to study this. Of course, based on what we have today, these are our conclusions, but we will learn more as other independent bodies study what happened. But what we know so far is that there was an implosion
Visto que a
due
fibra
to the fragile structure, given that carbon fibers behave differently from metal. They normally break compared to metals. Metals normally deform, and they might even reduce their size whenever there is a structural failure. And on the other hand, carbon fiber tends to break since it has a fragile structure, and that's why it can be found in many different parts, in many different sizes. To conclude my presentation,
fazer algumas observações.
I want to make a few observations. First of all, that impel activities in its areas of operation requires the support of manned and unmanned submersibles. There is a range of possibilities that I mentioned in previous slides and that my colleagues mentioned in their previous presentations.
Dentro das aplicações previstas, devem ser avaliados quanto
according to
benefício e capacidade
appropriate applications, we need to evaluate the cost effectiveness of this vehicle and also their capacity to execute the planned mission. The previous professor talked about our human capacity of perception when we have missions that require this capacity. Manned submersibles require project, design, and construction that meet the strict requirements regarding pressure, whose structural resistance is strongly influenced by manufacturing factors, particularly the lack of ovalization of transversal sections, The implosion of the Titan submersible must be investigated by independent institutions, and we must learn from the lessons learned so that they can contribute to improving the design and building of these vehicles, leading to a risk reduction and also greater reliability.
Muito obrigado ao professor Segem
Thank you very much, Professor
pela
Sejin,
excelente explanação
for your excellent explanation,
e também por
and
trazer
also
ao nosso
for
conhecimento e tecer
providing us, bringing into our knowledge, and providing some comments
atual
on this current event that was very concerning, which was the incident with the Titan submersible.
E dando prosseguimento ao nosso webinário,
Moving forward with our webinar,
gostaria de convidar
I would like to invite
o professor Luiz Paulo de Freitas,
Professor
doutor Luiz Paulo de Freitas
Luiz Paulo de Freitas Assad
da COP UFRJ,
from COPI
que apresentará
UFRJ,
a utilização de
who will
veículos
present the use of
no
autonomous vehicles
sistema
in the
de
scope
observações
of
oceânicas
an
para
ocean observation system for the Santos Basin.
Professor Luiz Assad, o senhor
So,
tem a
Professor
palavra.
Luiz Assad, the floor is now yours. Thank you very much. Can you see my screen now?
Estamos.
Yes, we can.
Forte, claro.
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much. Good morning. First, I'd like to thank all the organizers of the event for the invitation to be here today. I remember that a few years ago, I was in the first edition of this event, which was held at COPI, early in the Blue project, which was connected to this ocean observation system for the Santos Basin. I'd just like to add that not only am the professor and assistant, and I'm professor of meteorology in the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and I also have a degree in oceanography. My presentation will not talk only about the use of autonomous vehicles in the scope of the Blue project, which is the observation system for the Santos Basin, but it will try to report in a simpler way some of the developments connected to the monitoring of the useful life of these sensors and the issue of maneuverability, its operation in the sea to acquire data in a more consistent manner that could contribute to the intended observation system. Professor, please, you need to have your presentation in the presentation mode. You're sharing the presenter slides. Just give me a second, please. I will stop sharing and start again.
Ver se eu consigo agora. Espera
See
aí.
if I can do it now.
Difícil aqui. Faço isso. Entrou no modo agora de apresentação?
Tá ótimo.
Is it the correct presentation mode now? Yes. Thank you, Professor. Thank you. All right. So talking about the ocean observation system for the Santos Basin, known as the Blue Project, is a project that was conducted by LENS, the Lab of Computer Measurement Technology. I also work in this with them, with the ProOcean company, CLS Group company, and it was financed by Shell using a specific clause. So this project started in 2012, based on Rio 2020 meeting, and it ran to the end of last year, 2022. So over 10 years in the project. So the main objective is to do ocean observation, which is strictly connected with Operation Oceanography, that by itself has three basic components. The oceanographic models that will help us understand the current state of the ocean and draw predictions, and the use of a technique called assimilation of data, which is the use of this data with ocean models to improve the current state of the ocean through these models and also have better predictability. This concept of observation has also been used as digital twins of the oceans, as they're known as well. So to talk about the data assimilation, this is a process that we use in observations of different nature, remote data, for example, with satellite systems or in situ data, and using autonomous vehicles, for example, that are used for models of the ocean. You get a representation of the current state and you have better predictions of the future. This is the idea of the project. This graph shows the assimilation process. You have a round of the model generating over time the behavior of a variable with this red line, which is not considering the observations over time. And after the assimilation process, you do an approximation between the model and the observations collected, and you improve the representation associated with the distribution of salinity, waves, temperature, and other properties. So in the Blue project, we had these components, these specific activities, regional ocean modeling, where on the first stage, we looked at the Santos Basin with the same space resolution. On the second stage, started in 2017 and went to 2022, we had more detailed look to the Libra field due to a specific operation. We used remote data using satellite as in situ data coming from AUVs such as gliders, surface vehicles, autonomous surface vehicles as well. We had a strong atmosphere modeling to understand how the atmosphere is modeled in the region of interest. This project, as I mentioned, was developed in the special participation clause of ANP, and all the data that was collected are freely made available for the scientific community. So throughout the project, we had the pleasure of watching many developments and a lot of knowledge being generated based on the data that were made available for the scientific community, and the demands that we managed to serve for the oil and gas industry are listed in the screen, as well as the support provided for production operations, installation of pipes, the potential oil spills, search and rescue, and looking forward a little further, the application of the system can also be used quite often in the energy transition process. This is something that we are aiming on the oil operators for decarbonization of its structures. Now to talk a little bit about the acquisition of data through the first phase, we work basically with the three types of sensors: surface derivators, gliders, surface drifters, gliders, which are AUVs, and profilers. This is a semi-autonomous vehicle. We committed from its parking depth, but it drifts with the currents. I'll go a little bit more into detail about these sensors soon. Something I'd like to highlight is that the first stage of the project, we were already trying to use equipment that were trying to get low carbon emission, that we use vessels that to avoid any the emission of any carbon. In the remote sensors that are throughout the project, we cannot do oceanography without using data coming from satellites. So sea surface temperature, sea surface height, and others. So talking about the profilers first, for those who are not familiar, it's basically a measure of temperature and depth. We can have others as well, measuring chlorophyll, pH. The profiler we used in the Blue project could reach 2,000 meters. So we tried to use a protocol of maintaining it at 2,000 meters for a certain period of time, gathering data. Then it once more would reach the surface, broadcast the information to us, and we would give it a new mission to dive again, sometimes at 2,000 meters again, sometimes at an intermediate depth, that's 600, 700 meters, to try to understand specific aspects of water circulation in the Santos Basin. Another sensor that we use quite often was the surface drifters. We use the subsurface sail, particularly with ocean currents, particularly in Brazil. And here you can see a few of the maps that we were able to produce in the region of the Santos Basin, showing not only the average flow, and also important scale, such as the vortex of Cabo Frio, that has a impact on the oil and gas industry and for other activities in the region as well. Finally, the major star of the first stage of the project, the glider, which is an AUV. And at the time, we were pioneers in the operation of gliders in Brazil. The model we used was this model here, known as Sea Glider. At the time, it was owned by made by a company called Hobbit. Then we moved to a different company. I don't know if it's still the same, but it operates to 50 to 1,000 meters in depth. It can do travel up to 6,000 kilometers horizontally, can do 8 dives per day. It's 1.8 meters in length. It has an antenna that is 1.4 meters, and it weighs approximately 52 kilograms, and it collects data on temperature, salinity, dissolved oxygen, turbidity, chlorophyll, and it now can be equipped with acoustic sensors, which can be very interesting for research in the oceans. And it has an autonomy of up to 6 months, depending on the data sampling frequency. This device has been revolutionizing observation oceanography throughout the world and throughout Brazil as well. The operation is quite simple. You can see that 2 people can quickly, from a small vessel, deploy the glider. It's an operation that in our case, we would go 200 kilometers from the coast. In 36 hours, we would reach the deployment point, and then we'd return to the coast. It's a quick operation, and it's a small vessel. Our record was not 6 months during the Blue Project, but during the pandemic, due to obvious reasons, we reached 139 days of operation with over 1,000 dives and more than 1,700 kilometers traveled by the glider in the Santos Basin. This glider does not have a thruster or any sort of engine or any type of propulsion. It transforms vertical movement on horizontal movement. It has a hydraulic bladder that can fill and empty itself to go up and down. It has a battery that moves on rails, so it can go forward and back to do the pitch and roll movements. It can pitch and it can do the roll, so it can go up and down or curve. So the remote operation happens when it goes to the surface, to broadcast the data, and we can provide a new mission to the glider. We can change its path and change the data it's gathering that are collected with its embedded sensors. This is one of the radios we operated on Project Blue. This was Maricá radio. And it goes through the cyclone vortex of Cabo Frio. This was very important for the goals of the project to map it observationally, and we could reproduce it using the data simulation technique to reproduce it and to predict it.
This was the ideal world, and this was the real world at the beginning of the project when we were learning how to operate the glider. These black lines, each one of these black dots is one point of immersion that we had. So at first, the team was still learning how to operate the glider. And here I'm talking about the Pro Ocean team, which is responsible for this operation in the region. So many times the glider would change according to the dynamic. And we learned throughout the years of the project. And I will show you some of the developments that happened after this project. Each one of these dives with the glider produces vertical profiles of temperature, salinity, and also ocean density. These profiles of temperature and depth can be transformed in a vertical section, which are very important for ocean studies. We can capture, for example, the influence of the vortex in Cabo Frio, not only at the surface, but we can see also the influence and the impact it has on the water column. Of course, that we can also characterize and identify different water masses that exist in our region, which is something that is very important when it comes to ocean dynamic studies and other studies as well. This is an animation showing a little bit of our website and showing the control of our project. We could see the results of our modeling. This is representing the Cabo Frio vortex and the three sections that we wanted to study throughout the project. We had one that was located to the south, towards the south part, and one that was more northbound. Unfortunately, we're not able to cover the south parts, but we were able to cover the other parts that we had determined before. So we were able to monitor how the glider traveled throughout this vertical sections. We are also able to monitor the equipment throughout the project. 5 gliders were acquired. Today we have only 3. During phase 1, we had 14 missions, the 2 radio ones that I mentioned, Maricá and Cabo Frio, which totaled over 8,000 vertical profiles of temperature and salinity. So we had profiles like these ones, and that helped us, as I mentioned, to classify and identify water masses that existed in these regions. We have areas here that are well known for oceanographers, and these data were assimilated by our data models. In addition, indirectly, by knowing the water mass, we are able to evaluate the speed as well. So we had an indirect measure, observational measure of the speed in the water column, which is very important as well for ocean studies in the area, and is also applicable to the oil and gas industry. Another indirect data that came from these studies, with the derivative data, we were able to estimate the surface speed field as well, which is also very important data. When we have data on speed in an ocean area, we know how relevant it is and how hard it is many times for us to have these data. And we were able to extract these data using our autonomous vehicles throughout the project. Another important part of the project was the maneuverability of the glider. And this was due to the fact that we acquired data that were more important for the main objective of the project, which was to have a true representation of the ocean area in this region. In region, we have the route of the glider. This was at the beginning of the project when we were trying to keep the glider within this section. Throughout this project, we tried to change the path of the glider. We have, for example, tested some other kinds of maneuvers to acquire data that were going to be used in our ocean models. And finally, we have changed our original path and we moved to the north a little bit due to the movement of our current. So we try to be a little bit, to be positioned in a transversal way compared to this current. So this was an adaptation that we had mid-project. We also carried out capacity building during the project. At the time, the country didn't have any kind of maintenance service for glider-like equipment. So we invested in capacity building by sending teams abroad to learn more about how to maintain these pieces of equipment. This is very important from a logistical point of view. We used to waste a lot of time when sending these pieces of equipment abroad and then bringing it back. So this capacity building has been extremely important for the country, and we had a lot of gains regarding time throughout the project. Another important development in the project was the creation of an operational dashboard related to gliders monitoring. So we had a website where we monitored the behavior, for example, of dives with glider. This would give us indications of failure and also regarding internal pressure of the glider and also the life cycle of the battery. So this made us understand if we needed to go to the ocean to fetch the equipment. During the second phase of the project, now I'm talking about another piece of equipment that was used. We used different probes and acoustic sensors as well. And we have also acquired ASVs. It was the first time we launched this kind of vehicle in the country. We have this sail buoy equipment, which was developed by lamps. And we had meteorological data being also collected by this piece of equipment. So we were able to measure air temperature and other important data that helped us. We use wind energy here, which helps us also drive it remotely. Now I'm moving towards the end of my presentation. The objective of the Blue project was the development and the creation of an ocean observation system for this region, focused on the demands from the oil and gas industry. Obviously, that all the data that were collected by these pieces of equipment can be used also for energy transition and also for the assessment of the energy potential of ocean renewable resources as well. So it's very important to highlight this. We have been working intensely with other different groups that are head by Professor Sejane. And just to finish my presentation, I just to emphasize the importance of using autonomous vehicles, underwater and surface vehicles that are revolutionizing ocean studies in Brazil and throughout the world. And in Brazil, given the extension of our coast, we must expand the use of these autonomous sensors. We know that traditional methods are extremely important. We will need to use ocean vessels. They will always be important, but we know that by using these autonomous vehicles, we are able to study other ocean features that are present throughout our coast. And just to finalize, I think that it is essential that we create partnerships with academia, with private and public companies, and also governmental agencies, so that we can ensure the expansion of a fleet of autonomous vehicles in Brazil. And taking advantage of what was said before and leading on from that, I think that IMPO will play a very important role in establishing these connections. This is something that we yearn for. And the Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development group really fosters and desires that. And that's all I had to say to you all. Thank you very much and have you all a good day. Thank you, Professor Luis Assad, for your brilliant presentation, which was a little bit different from the others. The others focused on the equipment itself, whereas you added to what was said. You showed how these pieces of equipment are used in scientific projects, and you've shared with us scientific results. So it was brilliant. All of them have been brilliant. Professor Paulo Somida wrote to me and he apologized because he had to step out. He had some other commitments to attend to. We will start now our Q&A session.
Serão encaminhadas por
And
e-mail.
whatever questions are for him, they will be forwarded to him via email. We are running a little bit late. Just so we don't affect the beginning of the next panel, and also to make sure that we have a lunch break that is long enough, we will limit our Q&A session to 20 minutes. I apologize.
Era isso, tá? Eu não sei se a minha internet caiu, eu não sei se...
I think I got disconnected from the call. I don't know if the question I shared with you could be heard. No, it could not. I will repeat the question. The question is for Mr. Eugenio Frazão. He wants to know if SGB has a project to explore polymetallic nodules in the South Atlantic. Last year, we submitted a research and innovation project to study nodules in the Brazilian basin, both in the Brazilian basin as well as around the Rio Grande rise and also in the Pernambuco plateau. So our goal is to use vehicles as the ones we've shown for linear imagery of the whole area and also around the Rio Grande rise. The following questions are for Professor Paulo Sumida, so they will be sent to him via email. He answered actually in our WhatsApp group, but Mr. Alvaro Arternici, actually I'll post his answer. Actually, I'll say his answer. The question was, let me read that to you. If, let me see here.
Here it is. Congratulations for the presentation and your research. We know that research in deep and ultra deep waters is super expensive. And the question is there any partnership with oil and gas companies? And in your opinion, what would be required to expand these partnerships? He asked the following. There's no doubt the partnership with the industry is essential due to the potential to access technology that is still not available to the academy. I've had and have projects with Petrobras, Shell, Equinor, and even when it had a different name. So there's a lot of possibility. And in addition to have the request for proposals from the companies, you should proactively be introducing and suggesting projects to the companies as well. One question from Professor Gonçalo Venasco from FURG and Cembra expert. Considering that these equipment are increasingly interesting for research, and depending on budgets, how can you reduce costs without impairing performance and safety? Would ROVs be the most interesting for this? He didn't ask anyone specifically this question, but I believe I think it's meant to say for safety. So I'd ask the Professor Sejen to let us know if he could clarify more about it. Yes. Thank you for this question. I would say that ROVs, even though they have a low cost and greater security since they're unmanned, they demand a ship following them and a whole process for an ROV pilot who will be located in the ship. So I'd say that in terms of cost, it's not that competitive when compared to other equipment. About the matter of being manned or unmanned, I think that the initial examples that we've had from Professor Sumida and Professor Frazão have explained and have demonstrated that, and we can understand that manned vehicles are destined for very specific missions, while the others can be a major part, can do a major part of the work that we see in occasional missions. The issue with the manned vehicles is that it requires certification and a procedure that cannot be ignored. So I'd say that the security, and I try to show that with the example of the Titan submersible, it requires very strict procedures, both when designing and when manufacturing it. And I believe that they can indeed be very safe, provided that these procedures are complied with. I'll move to the question of to researcher Agenor Cunha da Silva. He congratulated the participants, and he would like to know about the possibility of using ROVs with oceanographic buoys so that monitoring could be integrated and have greater continuity of observation of the ocean bottom. He did not direct the question to any of our speakers, so whoever can feel comfortable to answer it, please go ahead. Would you like to say something, Professor Luis? Luis Paulo Assad? I can comment on it, of course. I think the more we can expand our observational network, particularly on the underwater floor, this is essential. It's always valid to do so. Technically, I will not be very specific, but I'm next to experts here, so if I'm saying anything wrong, please correct me. But to use for communication and transmission of information as well. So I think that this is something that can be an investment to improve the performance and integration of these equipment as well. So there is a demand for these projects to expand this communication between the sensors that are at the bottom of the water column. I'd also like to say, to add something, but this matter of feasibility, operational feasibility of using the ocean floor observation equipment, there is a technical aspect to it, but I think there's also a management part that is also very important to discuss. We have many public universities that are doing research in the country, and it's difficult. Sometimes you can purchase the equipment, but you don't have the budget to have maintenance. So we need to think about models where we can integrate this, so we can ensure the continuity of observations, of course, continue with the acquired knowledge in the studies. And to complement on this, what Luis said, the oceanography part, the methods we use in geological survey, there's a project for the Rio Grande Rise to help with the pledge of the delimitation of the microcontinent, which is the Rio Grande House. So the installation of the OPS sensors would be done by ROVs. And as we said about the cost, the geological survey is a government institution. So we can't always ask from what comes from the National Treasury to bankroll the operating costs. So the geological survey, which is one of the participants in the cooperation agreement with Petrobras, for example. So we know that it's important to have a ship. It's a single ship, and we need more. So we are the only ones that use the ROV in 2018. So we have an operating cost of contracting the company, the insurance for the equipment, and the utilization of the equipment. So last year we created a major project with Petrobras and ANP at Sigitec, but it demands resources, and the costs to study ultra deep waters is very expensive. It's far from the coast. We have the climatological issue. The climate windows are quite complex. So just a compliment on regarding the operation of ROVs with geology and oceanography in a combination. We have a question and a comment from a professor, that teaches elementary school children, teacher Josane Batalha. And she adds a comment that I find very interesting because it's connected to a topic that is being explored often recently, which is within the activities in the oceans decade. I like to think about study groups with elementary education teachers in the ocean culture, since they are not experts in the topic, but they need support. That is, elementary school teachers are not experts and they need aid materials for their classes. She says that she is interested in it. You don't need to answer it now, but if you could send bibliography that could be sent to this teacher so she can learn more about this topic. We have yet another question here for For Professor Segin,
o professor Marcelo Sperli, ele
Professor
quer
Marcelo
saber
Sperli wants to know
também
if
pretende
the
pesquisar
INPO
recursos
also
minerais
intends to
rasos em nosso
look for
plataforma
shallow
continental.
mineral assets in our
E
continental
eu não sei
shelf.
se ele está afirmando ou está
I'm
perguntando,
not sure if
mas
he's making a statement
informações
or asking, which they're still very unknown, the mineral resources. I'd like to send my greetings to Professor Marcelo and say that INPO has as one of its activities, since from when we're actually in operation for the next few months, to hold a major national congress to establish some priorities. I'd say that the entire area of underwater mining, and we have institutions such as the Brazilian Geological Survey and some of the experts here and universities, and it would be very important to establish priorities, and within these priorities and the resources for these activities. And in this case, the mining in shallow waters, I think it is a part of one of our potential priorities, so we can study that indeed.
professor. Tem aqui uma pergunta
Thank you, Professor.
para o
We have a
professor
question here
Luiz
for
Paulo de Freitas
Professor
Assad,
Luis Paulo de Freitas Assad
comandante Roberto Carvalho
from
Duarte.
Commander Roberto Carvalho Duarte.
Razão de perda dos gliders por atropelamentos
What
por
is the
navios,
how often
pesca
gliders are lost
ou
by
avarias.
being run over by ships or caught by in fishing nets or by damages? Thank you for your question, Commander. In fact, it's hard to know. All of these claims at the oceans, as that you mentioned, so to speak, can be issues, can lead to the loss of equipment. Because when we are operating it remotely from a significant distance, often when we have a damage, but it still is transmitting data, we can retrieve it. But often we can't understand why the damage happened. But at times it happens, and it happened twice in the Blue project, that we had a loss of a vehicle in the first 4 months of the project. The project baptized the gliders with names of gods. And the first glider we lost was a Iemanjá. So right at the start, 4 months, it simply stopped broadcasting data. We had no idea what could have happened, but it's something important in this equipment, and this shows also their importance as well. In the 4 months that the glider had operated, of course, we don't want to ever lose one of our senses, but it paid itself. The volume of data acquired, if we compare to the traditional method, which with an oceanographic vessel, it paid at least 2 or 3 oceanographic commissions. So it's important to highlight that. But it's difficult to have the precise reason and have a precise figure. At least in the Blue project, we do not have this type of knowledge. Well, Professor, and to add to your excellent answer, and to whoever is listening, this only happens when the equipment is out at sea. When they are on the shelf, they don't get damaged, they don't have any losses, but they're also not collecting any data. So this is a part of it. All equipments that can hit the bottom or and become a loss, this is obviously a loss. Of course, we do all we can to avoid it, but it is inevitable to have some loss of equipment. And I have another question from Mr. Ali Kamel Israel Jr. And the question goes to Commander Bial. And he's asking about the importance of the dual use of technology so that academic studies can meet the demands of the defense area, particularly when it comes to unmanned vehicles.
Is Commander Bial with us?
O áudio,
Comandante Bial.
Prossiga, comandante.
You have the floor.
De tecnologias para que os estudos da academia possam atender mais às demandas da área de defesa, especialmente no tópico veículos não tripulados.
Perfeito.
Muito obrigado pela pergunta, comandante.
Thank you for the question. I'm still here.
Obrigado pela pergunta, comandante Ali Kamel.
Thank you, Commander Kamel. The answer seems quite intuitive in terms of the characteristics and of the system, and also in terms of multifunctionality of systems. However, the answer is not as intuitive. At first, of course, that large investments in terms of the acquisition of systems are very significant. So that's why we'd like to use it for many different functions. However, when it comes to specific activities with their own parameters in terms of sensors and frequency ranges and everything that we wish to do, we have been witnessing that in the Navy. And when it comes to that, the answer is not as accurate.
No caso aqui dos nossos sistemas de contramedidas de
In the case of our systems for mine countermeasures, we have been participating in current discussions about not only acquisition, but also development. And we believe that for our activity, the one that I mentioned before, around mine countermeasures, the equipment could not necessarily be dual. That means that the equipment should be dedicated to mine countermeasures operations. I don't know if I answered your question. Thank you. Thank you. We don't have any other questions. So I would like to thank you, all of the panelists, for their excellent presentations. And now I will pass the floor back to Claudia, who will be sharing some information before we finish this panel. Claudia, the floor is yours. Claudia, you're on mute.
Desculpa, eu fiquei falando aqui.
Apologies. I was on mute. My mistake. I'd like to thank you all for the panelists. I want to thank all the panelists for being here. I want to thank the moderator, Frederico. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all of those who watched us here during our second international webinar on submersibles, Braving Deep Sea, the Conquest of the Future. Now we will have a lunch break, as it was mentioned by Frederico, and we will be back at 1:15. So have you all a great lunch break, and I'll see you soon. 2, 1, ao vivo.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you so much for joining us for today's second panel in our second international webinar on submersibles, Braving Deep Sea, the Conquest of the Future. This event is being promoted by Cembra, the Center of Excellence for the Brazilian Sea. This event is being broadcast live. To continue our very rich agenda and to continue the discussions that we had this morning, the second international webinar on submersibles, Braving Deep Sea, the Conquest of the Future, has the honor of invited now the moderator of panel 2, Submersibles, Interests and Uses in the Country, PhD, Professor Carlos Alvin. At the end of the presentation, we will have time for questions and answers sent through our chat box. I'd like to remind you that the certificate of participation will be sent to all of those who registered for this webinar, and also for those who haven't registered yet. All you need to do is to click on the banner on your screen and fill out the form with your details. Please make sure you answer the questionnaire that will be sent to us. That's very important to us. Now I will pass the floor to Professor Carlos Fel.
Eu acho que falta abrir o microfone, professor.
You're on mute, Professor. It's an honor for me to moderate this panel. As Claudia mentioned, is a very rich panel, just as the ones we've seen in the morning. I will pass the floor to André Santana from Petrobras. As you can see on his resume, he has a lot of experience in the area, and he will be talking to us about what Petrobras is doing with submersibles, which are very important instruments when it comes to oil exploration. So now I will pass the floor to Professor Santana. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, everyone. I will be presenting to you a little bit about our program called Diverse Synergies. Submersibles at Petrobras are our marine robots, our ROVs. You can see in my background one of these vehicles, which have helped us to advance quite a lot in our underwater solutions, especially to reduce the risks for our divers through diverless operations. And that's what we will be talking about today. I'm talking about the Diverless Synergies program. Let me share my screen with you so you can see what I'm talking about. This is a very summarized presentation given the time I have, but I will be presenting the reason for this program, the Diverless Synergy program at Petrobras. And also I'll be talking about how much we have advanced over the duration of the program, and also about our objectives for the future. The main reason for this program is safety in our diving operations. On this slide, you can see some images of a series of incidents that happened in the industry
ao longo do tempo e os
Over
principais que a
time,
gente vem presenciando, né, principalmente ali na parte
and the
subsídio,
main ones that we have been witnessing,
a gente
especially in the subsea area,
do mergulho, né? Então, um exemplo que a gente
is
traz
related to diving. One example that we have here, for example, at P40, as we were carrying out a routine inspection
na região lá do Ferlida,
in the Fair Leader region,
ele, como é muito próximo da superfície, sofre
as
muito
it's a region that is very close to the
da
surface,
onda, né?
it is highly influenced by waves. It was a depth of 5 meters, but due to the currents and also to the movement of waves, the diver
contra essa
ended up
estrutura
being thrown against the structure.
que seria
His cable,
onde vem
his lifeline,
sua respiração principal lá da
where
embarcação,
through which is fed oxygen,
preso. Então,
was compromised.
nessas situações, a gente desce o
So
mergulhador
in these situations, we send an emergency diver, and the diving supervisor tries to calm down the diver who was underwater,
dá o
and
apoio
the emergency diver
colaborador,
goes to this area to assist this diver. That's what happened. And then
todo
we
o apoio
gave
necessário.
him all the necessary treatment for him to recover. So in this example,
Visualizar que
we can
essas
see
operações de mergulho
that these diving operations
peculiaridades
have
e,
peculiarities,
apesar de muitas operações,
and
o objetivo principal ser apenas uma inspeção, até mesmo nas
when it
inspeções
comes to inspections alone, even though they are very simple operations, we might have problems
do mergulho,
and
da,
accidents.
né, da substituição do mergulho, a gente pode passar um overview aqui para vocês de
So
que
now I'll just give you an overview of the operations that we have. Our operations basically take place throughout
círculos laranja,
the coast of Brazil. We have these orange circles showing places where we have activities going on. And these activities involve inspections that need to be carried out to guarantee the integrity of equipment. We have maintenance as well. We have
executando muito
pull in and pull out services in the pre-salt area. We have been carrying out these operations with new platforms to increase oil production and make sure that this resource is available for the Brazilian population. And many times we need to resort to diving.
a gente vê que é por uma
And
fonte
here are some numbers.
que essa profissão, né, o mergulho é a segunda profissão
This
mais perigosa.
profession is the second most dangerous in the world. I'm talking
Só
about
perde
diving
mesmo para
here.
os astronautas,
We are
né?
just behind astronauts.
Ele até parece
As
astronauta,
you
ele
can
tá
see, we look like astronauts here, right? We are fully equipped with our helmets. We have our umbilical cable responsible for our oxygen.
por conta desses riscos, né,
And
serem
due to
altos,
these risks,
bastante perigosa.
due to this profession being very risky, the fatality rates are very high when compared to other professions. Unfortunately, in Petrobras, we have seen some fatalities, and these were lessons learned
Avançando nesse programa Sinergia Diverless.
for
Então,
us to drive this diverless synergy program.
de 2018,
Given this motivation, at the beginning of 2018, in May, we created the Diverless Synergy Program. The main objective of this program was to reduce human exposure to risk in up to 90% by 2025.
até 90% até
Up
2025.
to 90% by 2025, without losing, of course, our productivity. We are
com esse objetivo que está reduzindo a
keeping
exposição.
this objective in mind, the objective of reducing human exposure to risks, but at the same time, we want to guarantee operational effectiveness. And
Três
with that
pilares.
in mind, we have created three pillars, three guidelines. The first one was to incorporate driverless guidelines in underwater and surface projects. That is, new platforms. For new platforms, we are now starting at the project phase,
De fazer
studying a way of providing services that are very much necessary.
para frente, como por exemplo, a instalação de duto.
For example, the installation of a pipeline for production, but we want to make sure that this will not require a diver that is going to be exposed to the risk. And when it comes to the time of
Bem alta, né? Estamos falando aí de
implementing the pipeline, we are talking about
300 toneladas.
a lot of weight. We are talking about suspended
Além dessa incorporação
weight that it can get up to 200 tons. So in addition to the implementation of this diverless philosophy, we have been implementing also engineering techniques.
de nossas operações,
The history of our operations to be able to assess if the inspection service has to be conducted through diving. We evaluate the scenarios to try to apply
submersível, né? O
the
robô
submersible of
essas atividades que
a robot and these activities where the
2018 a gente só fazia com
prior to
mergulho.
2018 we're doing everything with divers.
Buscando no mercado,
And of course, we're looking into the market, both in the national, the domestic market, which is important to prioritize the domestic industry, but also abroad. We're always looking for new technologies that
traçar esse nosso objetivo, né?
Can
Que é tá
help us reach this goal, which is reduce the exposure of divers to risk.
Esse programa, esse
So
objetivo
with this program, with this goal, with the drivers being implemented throughout these years, we are in 2023. So this program has been running for a while.
E a gente observa, por
It's been
exemplo,
ongoing for a while, and we can see in this yellow curve here that prior to the program, we were diving quite often,
30 mil mergulhos
almost 30,000 dives.
do programa.
So throughout the program,
Como é que a gente
we
fazia?
assessed what we should do,
Forma diferente,
how could we do this differently
tecnologia,
by applying technology,
reduzir
and we were able to reduce
quantidade de mergulho
dramatically the number of dives
sem deixar, né,
without
a produtividade de lá.
reducing the productivity, without disregarding productivity. So this other blue line shows the amount of underwater services that would have been through a dive,
Tá avançando,
and we
fazendo
are advancing by using other technologies, other diverless technologies, but you can see that the demand is growing, particularly with the implementation of new projects, new platforms. And we can see in this other graph here, the
que antes do
rate of
programa Sinergia,
reportable incidents before this program. Our rate of accidents was high because we were diving quite frequently.
Em quase 30 mil mergulhos,
So
você
in
tem
almost 30,000 dives, having 7 accidents, so to speak,
a gente trabalha
it's actually, we're
nessa visão
working with the view of a,
a gente tem
but
o
we
nosso é zero acidente.
our focus is to get to 0 accidents. So using diverless technology,
A gente reduz essa
we can
exposição,
reduce the
observa
exposure,
claramente
and we can clearly see
essa queda, né? Aqui, infelizmente,
this drop. Here, sadly,
o acidente que eu mostrei na
we had the accident that I showed in the unit,
a gente
and
aplicou lições aprendidas e o
we
nosso
applied lessons learned,
de acidentes hoje
and our rate of accidents now with diving is 0.
Seguindo pouco mais aqui na nossa apresentação,
Moving forward with our presentation here, talking about this driver of the implementation of new technologies, we have the example of some technologies here, some of the solutions that are being implemented. So, for example, in the shallow dive operations, where the diver is working up to 50 meters in depth, we have been applying quite often mini submersibles. So you can see here with the light is on, the pilot is here to the side in the platform.
Esse robô pequeno
and he's operating this small robot. And you get more flexibility during activities, particularly during inspections.
Implementando, como a gente
we have
falou,
been implementing, as we said, in the new platforms, the diverless concept with solutions to use robots or other technologies, like, for example, here we have a crawler, which is a magnetic. It goes down through the hull of the platform, and there's the measurement of a thickness, the electrochemical potential, to see if we have any issues or if the asset is protected against corrosion. We have these autonomous the AUVs. We are conducting some pilot testing to program them for specific activities, particularly inspections in our pipelines.
Porque periodicamente a gente tem que estar fazendo essas.
Periodically, we have to conduct these inspections to ensure that our assets are safe to operate. And
está em dia, né?
Their integrity is up to date, and other technologies such as submersibles, autonomous underwater vehicles that
as atividades previamente programadas, né?
That do the previously programmed activities. So in this slide, we can see that we have been implementing
novas tecnologias, né?
New technologies, solutions that are quite disruptive,
atingindo essa meta, né? Nossa meta
reach this goal.
É bem audaciosa de estar reduzindo.
Our goal is quite bold. We want to reduce up to 90% the exposure of divers to risks by applying solutions that are diverless. Among them, submersibles, which we've discussed quite often. So to end here, we can indicate the following, that the amounts in this for this product, for this program, the diverless synergy,
já conseguiu uma redução de
have a reduction of 67% in the time of exposure to the risk of diving.
A gente compara com abril de 2017.
Compare with April 2017, when we didn't have the program. Given the fact that we're using, for example, submersibles,
reduzindo, né, a quantidade,
or reducing the amount of vessels, using fewer resources to execute the activities.
Elas emitem o CO2, elas trabalham com
vessels
diesel, então
produce CO2. So we're by reducing the number of vessels,
de uma forma mais eficiente, a gente também
doing it more efficiently, we're also reducing the emission of CO2.
Reduzindo a quantidade de embarcações, por exemplo.
Reducing the amount of vessels, we also reduce our costs. And we have been advancing in the reduction of costs with the Synergy program.
Pessoal, a gente agradece aí o convite, né?
So we thank you for the invitation.
Do programa Sinergia Diverless é importante.
The program is very important. This overview is very important.
O objetivo principal,
the main objective is the
da pessoa aos riscos inerentes a essas atividades
the risks inherent to these activities, and it's a successful program, a guideline where we are collecting many positive fruits, particularly when it comes to reducing the risks of accident with people.
Não tem ali o histórico de
And we also
acidentes.
do not have a history of accidents with the solutions we are implementing in the field.
Agradeço mais uma vez o
So
convite.
thank you once more for the invitation.
Fico aí à disposição para
And
alguma
I'm
dúvida.
at your disposal if you have any questions. So thank you very much.
As dúvidas vão ser esclarecidas no...
Any questions will be answered during the Q&A we will have soon. Thank you for your presentation. And thank you for helping us get back the time we lost due to technical issues. So, Commander Carla, we had a small issue with her, but we're already back. Okay, can you
Já está resolvido, comandante Carla?
resolve the issue, Commander Carla?
Pequeno problema aqui, mas espero que tenha.
We have a small issue here, but I believe it's solved already.
Nossa próxima palestrante.
So our next speaker will be Commander Carla.
Cujas qualificações, muito resumidamente, são
Her
apresentadas.
credentials are presented here in the slide, her qualifications.
Ela é a nossa próxima.
And she is our next speaker. And I turn the floor to her now.
Obrigada, professor Carlos Feu.
Thank you, Professor Carlos Feu.
Gostaria apenas de confirmar se está sendo
I'd like to confirm if you are seeing my presentation.
Ok, ótimo. Então, vou aproveitar inicialmente para
Great.
dar boa
So first, good afternoon to everyone here today, all our
prazer muito grande poder ter
our collaborators, and everybody here with us,
e possibilidades de emprego de submersíveis
and the possibility of using submersibles in the Brazilian Navy. And I'd like to register here, represented by Admiral Julio Soares de Moronato, the honor of being invited to be here. Of course, it's an honor to accept it and to direct myself to the colleagues in the panel, Carlos Feu, Professor Ettore, Dr. André Luiz Bevilacqua, Dr. Leone Peter Correa da Silva, as well, who will be the next speakers, with the exception of Dr. André Luiz, who has already presented here today. My presentation will go through a brief introduction. I will give a brief overview of some concepts of a submersible. I'm sure that the audience at this point is quite familiar with these concepts, but still we will go over them briefly, talk about the technologies involved, the possibilities of use in the Navy. I'm director of the Research Institute. We are working with science and technology, so our outlook goes to the sector. We have a different outlook focused on research and development, the data and information. And lastly, I'll have my final comments. As an introduction, very briefly, I need to mention a concept of the Blue Amazon, which was instituted by the Brazilian Navy to contribute to the sea culture, the maritime mindset, and also to do some promoters for beyond the country. Sea is part of our country due to fishing and the use of resources, including oil, mineral resources as well, and among several others activities that Brazil can use to develop as a country and to reaffirm its sovereignty. So, as example for information, Brazil has a jurisdiction of an ocean area of 5.7 million kilometers. That's more than half of our mass. So just based on the size, we can understand how important our surveillance and our attention to the reaches of the sea is. And here, just very briefly to give you an example, our foreign trade in mostly due to the maritime trade of more than 95% of maritime trade. In 2020, we had around $607.7 billion just 2022, and this figure has been growing year on year. So it's important to protect and guard our trade routes.
We've just had an amazing presentation by our colleague from Petrobras, which shows in itself the importance of oil exploration. But just to highlight, oil production has been reaching very substantial levels, which corroborates the need of us providing protection. Taking all of that into consideration, the Navy plays a very important role according to our constitutional duties. Among them, combating crime and illegal fishing, but also we are also responsible for the protection of the marine environment. So we can talk about oil spills that have been taking place. And we know as well that the sea is a source of research, of ocean research, meteorological research. So within this concept and within this domain of research and monitoring as well, we need to think about situational awareness. So in addition to all of these environmental issues, we also have the legal issue side of things, and also maritime trafficking, which is something that just goes to show the importance of us looking at the riches of the sea. Now I will just revisit the concept of submersibles. Strictly speaking, submarines are also submersibles, but we're not going to be talking about that. They are considerately called USVs, unmanned surface vehicle. I'm sorry, actually here, I'm talking not only about submersibles, but other broader concepts of unmanned vehicles. We have wave gliders, which are also surface vehicles, and that operate without a propulsion system. They use the movement of waves as their propulsion system. We have HOV, unoccupied vehicles, and we also have submersibles per se. Here we have UUVs, unmanned underwater vehicles. The most popular ones are ROVs, remotely operated underwater vehicles. They are unmanned, but they have a physical connection. They have a cable which will assist in exchanging data, energy, feeding sensors. And we also have autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, which are submersibles that do not require human control, so they can perform their mission in an autonomous way. Both have advantages and disadvantages. While with AUVs, I have more autonomy, I have more limitations in relation to the time of operation. For example, I might not have, actually there is no research in the sense, and some are being carried out. I might not have real-time data transmission, so I need to wait for the AUV to finish the operation it was programmed to do. And when it comes to the surface, that's when I can collect the data. But ROVs are a little bit more flexible in that sense, because we have real-time data treatment. But of course, we also find some limitations from a physical point of view due to the cable connection required. And underwater gliders would be just a subtype of AUVs. So the propulsion method is a little bit different, and it glides, as the name suggests, but it is autonomous, and it can operate for many years, as is the case of the gliders Lacom Teledyne Marine. Regarding the subsystem of an autonomous vehicle, we have the vehicle itself, which transports the load. It might be simple, but the design of this vehicle is a little bit different. We have a trade-off in this case between the requirements for the payload that is going to be attached according to the mission, and also requirements around depth, durability, resistance. So it is a very important part as well. And when it comes to the mission, what determines the mission of the submersible is its payload. So you might have a submersible vehicle with optical payloads, with infrared cameras, sonars. And what's going to determine that, it's the applicability. In terms of technologies used, more specifically talking about the payload, we won't be focusing a lot on the vehicle itself. We have here the structure, which must be able to withstand environmental conditions. For example, high pressures, low weight. It might be necessary to have special materials. And the main kind of propulsion, we might have propellers, for example. Might have variation of floatability, as in it is in the case of gliders, and we might have even more complex systems. Regarding generation and storage of energy, each sub-area presented here, each of these systems offer a challenge in themselves. And when it comes to energy generation, lithium-powered batteries are the most commonly used. The more efficient these batteries are, the greater the possibility for energy storage and the longer time of operation possible, which is, at the end of the day, what we want when it comes to submersible vehicles. Navigation as well. Regarding communications and network, these are challenges for submersible vehicles. Underwater communications normally use acoustic effects, and they are subject to interferences and other important influences from the sea. Autonomy and control are also important points according to the mission, and depending on the mission, you will need more or less autonomy in your command and control system. I talked about these points here. I talked about the existence of infrared chambers, CCTV systems, sonars. What I want to highlight is that it's important for us to have the processing of these signals. All of the signals that are collected need to be processed by the vehicle itself, by the submersible itself, but also by the ground operation team so that we can extract relevant information. We also have the matter of robotic arms, which are extremely important, especially when we are talking about loads, or when we're talking about operating high-risk systems. And that's when you will need all of that's when we will need the possibility of carrying out tasks in an autonomous way and in a very precise way as well. And to summarize, what I want to say here is that this integration involving hardware and software and sensors and involving artificial intelligence, big data. So this has led to the creation of a product that has very high added value. And we need to have a lot of human resources around this technology, but we know that the sky is the limit when it comes to this technology. And now I want to emphasize the importance of artificial intelligence, which has been evolving a lot, as we all know. But as this kind of intelligence evolves, it will allow us to have different applications that are unforeseen to us. For example, we might have many different vehicles working together to execute a mission. We might have also real-time data exchange. Smart decisions will be possible as well, adaptive decisions, especially when you're using an autonomous vehicle for the identification of a target or the classification of a target. When you use artificial intelligence, you are at an advantage because you're able to process data, the vehicle itself, with no need for communication with the mother platform. So these are areas of disruption, not only in the present, but also in the future. Regarding technical challenges, here I have listed some. Autonomy versus energy efficiency. So even though we've seen a lot of advancements regarding battery life and other things, we still need to develop more efficient technologies to prolong its useful life. And here I'm talking specifically about autonomous vehicles. We also need to talk about navigation and detection of obstacles. We need to guarantee autonomous navigation to avoid collisions with objects and obstacles. So we want to make sure that we can use technologies that are able to detect obstacles. Integration of sensors and payload is also very important. The integration of these sensors is a challenge in itself. And with the use of payloads in mind, that's very important. Underwater communication, data transmission in real time requires the development of reliable and fast technologies. Resistance to environmental conditions, regulation and legal aspects also need to be mentioned here, because when it comes to the use of ROVs, we need to have the creation of a regulation. And finally, cooperation, since we are talking about a multidisciplinary area, in the sense of us wanting to be successful in the research and development of submersible vehicles, we need to have cooperation involving university, science and technology companies, the defense industry, so that we can be successful. In terms of the use of submersibles be a factor to multiply forces. They can reduce risks and costs. The cost of an autonomous underwater vehicle is a fraction, a very small fraction of the cost of a real platform, whether surface or underwater. So the use of AUVs allows us to execute missions not only in the naval area, but also offshore areas. It allows us to perform operations that would be too risky if divers were used instead of submersibles. Currently, in the Navy, we also have an R&D area that focuses on the application of mine countermeasures and development of mine countermeasures. For the future, we can talk about real-time processing using artificial intelligence. We know that this will revolutionize the way that we can transmit data and will therefore increase our processing capacity. And we can also operate against several targets. The objective would be to have a multi-platform system. Regarding operational advantages, we have high autonomy, reduction of risks, and talking a little bit about deployment of the deployment of these technologies. Let me just interrupt due to time.
5 minutos, temos mais 5 minutos.
We have 5 more minutes.
Obrigada.
Como é que podemos
Okay,
fazer?
thank you.
Se possível, na hora. Tá. Obrigado.
Nada. Então, temos empregos tipicamente militar, mas...
So we have normally military use, but of course we have a lot of different uses, for example, for sonographic research and other areas as well. Now, talking a little bit about the possibilities of development. This slide is just to show not the possibility, but rather the investments that has been done in the development of these kinds of systems, which have been very relevant. This is an example coming from the US. In 2023 alone, $245 million have been invested in the development of underwater submersible vehicles. And these are some examples of development programs that are taking place. In Brazil, we have a lot of projects, especially in partnership with universities. I will not be laying them out because we will have a professor talking about these projects, but as I mentioned, these are just some examples. And in the Brazilian Navy, I would like to emphasize that we have a system and actually a project for the development of submersibles. This was a project concluded in 2008. And in 2015, we completed the second phase of this project with resources from FINAP. And at the time, we were able to improve the algorithms. And we are now currently working on a new of an AUV project as well. And our objective is also to move forward. Our main objective is to make sure that we are able to complete this project. In terms of technological development, we first started here to our left, as you can see, with the development of a system that is on an aircraft.
And we follow the technological path in a way that we could be able to work in the triple aspect: travel, navigation, control. So first we started with the navigation, then the path, and then completing the navigation control. So for the future, we will move on with prototyping of a underwater vehicle with this part of development already being developed, with other developments that I think are important are submersibles. I'd like to mention the work of Paulo Moreira with a project that took approximately 10 years to be concluded. It has been tested several times for more than seven years. So it has the use of the communications, submersible communications, not only for submersibles, but also for submerged underwater data networks. To highlight the issue of development of sensors in this monitoring project in the Santos Basin, we have an agreement with Petrobras. We've developed a sensor, an acoustic system, an autonomous system for acquiring acoustic signals, entirely developed by the Navy Research Institute, the IPQM. So we have control over the entire development, the entire electronic and processing, and the encapsulation as well. And as final considerations, and to show that the development of submersible vehicles has added a high technological content with several opportunities and challenges as well, and with major advantages. They can operate for long periods in different conditions with lower costs than the traditional means. And this is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Olá, pessoal, estamos de volta. Acho que nós vamos continuar aqui com o nosso webinário.
We'll move on with our webinar. And I turn the word for Professor Carlos Phil. Professor, I think your microphone is still on mute. We will continue with the next panel.
Alguém está me chamando da própria organização.
I'm sorry, I got a message and I got distracted here. Let's go to the third panel. Now we're back to the regular order with the development and use of AUVs, the flatfish AUV.
Que está a cargo do doutor.
And it's under the Dr. Taboada. I don't know if he's having any issues. I cannot see him here. We have the integration here, but I'm not sure if we have any communications issues with him. Maybe he's the one who's trying to call me. Let's move forward. Ettore is ready. Ettore is ready to go on if you're ready. So let's move ahead. Let's go to Professor Ettore. We'll talk about the Piraju project. Then we'll go back.
Ok.
Ettore.
Boa tarde. Deixa eu iniciar aqui a apresentação.
Let me start the presentation here.
Todos me escutam?
Can everyone hear me?
Todos me escutam?
Can everyone hear me?
Eu não sei se...
Estamos ouvindo sim,
Yes, we can hear you. This is Moronato. I hear you loud and clear, okay? So I'll start the presentation.
Então, eu agradeço o convite. Meu nome é Ettore Barros.
Thank you for the invitation. My name is Ettore Barros from the Department of Mechatronic Engineering of the Polytechnic School of the University of São Paulo. I coordinate the unmanned vehicle department. And when I was invited for this event, I was asked if the Pirajuba project was still ongoing. This is because after my last participation in a Cembra event in 2014, there were few opportunities to promote the evolution of the project that is for the development of a national AUV. The project was started through a cooperation around 2004, I'm sorry. I was doing work in the Technical University of Lisbon, and I interacted with researchers on that university and researchers of the National Institute of Oceanography of Goa in India. This institute was developing an AUV called Maya. You can see it on the picture at the top of the top of the picture. Its hull has a very well-known geometry in the literature, but the hydroplanes, instead of having 4 as usual, they have 3, and instead of the 4, there's an antenna with GPS. Our cooperation in this interaction was located with the hydrodynamic project. We started with the study of analytic methods to estimate hydrodynamic coefficients. Professor, excuse me, but we can't see your presentation. We're not seeing your images. Oh, I'm sorry. Just a moment, please. Can you see it now? No, we can't see it. Let me see what's going on. Just a moment, please. I forgot to share. Can you see it now? I'm sorry. I forgot to actually share. So here it is. Let's go. So this was the Indian vehicle, AUV Maya, and I was supposed to investigate the hydrodynamics. We started with analyzing these with some empirical methods, and when we came back to São Paulo, in the continuation to these methods, we studied the use of simulations around the vehicle known as CFD, and to validate it, we were conducting experiments such as the model of the hull on fiberglass using the IPT tank. We were testing this configuration, 3 hydroplaners, and the one with 4, which is the more common type. The problem regarding this methodology is that it depended on the availability of the assay tank, which wasn't too common. It depended on its infrastructure. And as a result, we decided to develop a self-propelled vehicle to continue with the research. Then we got the first version of AUV Pirajuba in 2008, and its control architecture will inspired at an AUV vent, Apoena, that was being developed by students at the Polytechnic School that created a company, the largest drone company in Brazil, ExMobiles. And he was my to the implementation of these avionics to the embedded system of the AUV Pirajuba. We have a picture here of the first version tested in the EPT tank. The problem with this type of development and it required preparation of the software developer and software engineering, and that take a long time. So to get students quickly into the development, we changed the framework and it went from avionics to automobilistic industry. So the system that was implemented internally in the vehicle was based on distributed electronic modules communicating to something that's very known in the car industry. So here we have pool tests, and in the Angra dos Reis Bay, in the Navy College, in the second version. And the hydrodynamics and the navigation of autonomous vehicles, but with a different application, which was oceanography. The idea was to have a vehicle with a payload with physical chemicals sensors and optical sensors, in addition to a camera to detect and film sea planktons. Here's part of the payload highlighted, where you have the CDD in front with the sensors of conductivity, depth, and optical sensors that allow for the measurement of chlorophyll and other materials. Here's an example of plankton, 1 millimeter in length, seen in the labs. And then the vehicle in the horizontal plane with an operation known as cross cutting, and in the other doing a yo-yo or zigzag maneuver while collecting the data.
Here we have an example. To the right, we have the representation through sensors bordered on the vehicle of the vertical movement. It was done at a depth of 10 and 12 meters. And to the left, we have the type of data collected. The data were collected, and then we created these charts on temperature and salinity. And at the end, at the bottom, we have chlorophyll distribution. While we were developing version 2 of Pirajuba, we started the development of an ROV for the inspection of hydropower plants, the so-called Mandi ROV, which was tested at the Porto Primavera plant as part of the energy centers in São Paulo. And here we have an example of the system entering the turbine. These two vertical lines are the images that we have, and in the circular part, we have, this is when it entered the chamber where the turbine was. During that time, we were thinking about replacing divers. And for us to carry out these kinds of inspection, not only did we need one diver to inspect the turbine, so the turbine that was going to be inspected needed to stop, and the adjacent turbines needed to stop as a matter of safety for the diver. With the development of this kind of vehicle, which needed to be small and powerful enough to fight the currents that were emitted by the turbines downstream. We wanted a vehicle where we wouldn't need to turn off the other turbines. So here we have the evolution of the MAN-D system. This is a second version. We modified electronics and also building on the development of the Pirajuba. Here we have two laser rays that were adapted for the qualitative measurement of the size of objects of interest. Here we have the same versions adapted with a skid system with also a recording CCTV system. And also here we have the version that was developed last month to help in the inspection of ship hulls and also other systems. Here we have some tests that were carried out with MAN-D, handling a piece of equipment from Petrobras for the cleaning and inspection of naval equipment. So at the top part here, we have MAN-D maneuvering and getting closer to the system. And we also have here other pictures showing the use of the equipment. Last month, we used this other version of MAN-D to conduct inspection on the hull of a ship that was docked in Guanabara Bay. So we carried out the visual inspection of this hull. We also have Polymaro 3. I don't know if you could see during the previous presentation, a first version of this system that was developed for PQM in a project where we worked together with PQM and Safran. And it was a very important project for the defense industry. Afterwards, we created our own version financed by FAPESP, and we created this system to carry out inspection as well. So in the central area, we have electronics and also different sensors. We also have an acoustic speed sensor, and it carries out maneuvers and compares different trajectories. So we have here two GPS systems as well that allows us to measure the direction of the system as well. So these were tests that were carried out at a university in São Paulo. Meanwhile, we have been able to work on the Pirajuba AUV, which is now more robust and compact. We have a plate that is positioned at the sail of the vehicle, and it has a GPS system. The electronic system of the ROV has been improved as well. It is noise proof, so we have a lot of electronics that are within a very small space. And we have developed new modules that were used at USVs and that are always also going to be used on AUVs. We have here our navigation plates, and we also have others for data storage.
Efeitos secundários mais importantes, né, desses desenvolvimentos relacionados ao Pirajuba.
As secondary effects, we've also had some other systems that were used. For example, we have a system here for filming the phytoplankton. It can be launched from a vessel, and this has been used in research for the detection of larvae, which is a problem that concerns our offshore and naval industry. This was developed by our lab and it's being applied in the research by a colleague in the Ocean Institute. There are some other subsystems that evolved after this in Parajuba project. We have, for example, the development of sensors and also the development of
E propulsores. Aqui o propulsor em cima.
propellers, for example, and actuators. We have the propeller of the UAV, and also we have some other
O próprio acionamento está
simpler propellers.
Outro desenvolvimento que surgiu disso,
Another development that came out of this project and out of this interaction of the electronics area with the underwater area was the development of an optical modem. So through this modem, contrary to what happens with acoustic modems, optical modems can use a much larger band of information. It needs to be within a few meters from the transmitter. The receptor and transmitter need to be within a small distance from each other. So if you want to collect data at a greater depth without having a physical connection with the surface, this is a solution. This prototype was developed as a result of the work of one of the members in our lab. This is the test of the optical modem in our hyperbaric chamber, and it goes up to 300 meters in depth. So to answer the question that was asked when I was invited to participate in this project, the Pirajuba project continues, not only through the evolution of its technologies, its onboard electronic system, its navigation and communication systems, but also through the development of other vehicles that came out of this, such as the ROV and also the AUV and other auxiliary systems that can be used for different applications underwater, such as propellers and sensors, in addition to an optical communication system. Our next development was started a few months ago. It is a project funded by CNPq, which focuses on the development of a hybrid vehicle. Your time is almost up. So it can operate autonomously as a conventional AUV, as in a driver-controlled way as well. So we can have pre-programmed maneuvers that can be performed by the AUV, and in a driver-controlled mode, you can have more specific maneuvers depending on the application. Now, here, the vehicle will be used for applications offshore and also in environmental areas. So I will finish by saying that I am more than happy to talk to all of you. We are looking for partners to interact in this project. We have just started a new project, and we want to find and interact with other researchers, public institutions, and companies to help us in these projects. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Professor. Your contribution has been very important. And one of the objectives of the system, this webinar as well, is to create this connection between companies and also research areas. So we've had the presentation here of users and potential users, and now we have the research side of things as well. Now we will start the last presentation of this afternoon session.
Faltando o título, é o Dr. Taboada que vai fazer a apresentação de submersíveis.
We'll have Mr. Taboada talking about submersibles.
Da contribuição do Senai Cimatec nos submersíveis e interesse
We talk about the contribution of Semai and Simateki toward the development of submersibles.
Flatfish. Obrigado.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be taking part in such an important webinar. I'll be sharing my screen to talk a little bit about this AUV. Can you all hear me well? Is this sound okay? Great, perfect. So today I'll be talking a little bit about this project. My idea here is to talk about something that's been developed in Brazil. Of course, we had some international partners, but it was mainly developed here in Brazil. This project started in 2013 and it's now in its manufacturing phase. It is a product. Our colleague from Petrobras presented a slide where you could see the flatfish being used by Petrobras for a field test. So my goal here is to talk about everything that's been developed. I want to talk about the reasons behind this project, and I also want to share some of the results of the flatfish in use. Just to give you some context, AUVs today, when it comes to the exploration in Brazil, we have a lot of challenges. For example, when it comes to the pre-salt projects as well, we have great depths. And the use of this vehicle is extremely important for the monitoring and inspection of platforms. And we are constantly using these AUVs, autonomous underwater vehicles.
And this has a cost associated to it. The cost associated to the use of AUV platforms, because you need to allocate a vessel, you need the crew. So the daily rate today is a significant amount. And Flatfish has appeared with a system that is resident in the oil production zone, where you wouldn't have this cost of operation with vessel and the crew members associated. So the initial idea with Flatfish and AUVs in general, and the exploration in the energy sector, is to the reducing the cost of operations. So we have a view of the prototype phase, the Flatfish program that started in 2003. It's a program that was financed first by BG and then by Shell. Shell took over the project, and we had an international partner, Cimatec, which was the FKI, which is an artificial intelligence institute in Germany. And the goal that we can see as the initial goal of Flatfish, it would be to all these inspection on all of the operations that need to be made in the oil well zone. So this is the first concept, the Flatfish. This video down here, we have seen the Flatfish as a prototype with, in Germany. Hello? I have only a static image. Can you hear me? I hear you loud and clear, but it seems like you have just a static image. You cannot see it moving? No, we're not seeing anything, just the first image, the Senai Cimatec cover image. Okay, give me let me share my screen again. If we have any connection issues, can you tell me what you're seeing now? We're seeing the first image, and I can see the rest of the presentation on the left side.
Todos estão com esse mesmo problema aí, pessoal?
Does everyone have this issue?
Sim.
Yes.
Não está no modo apresentação.
Não está no modo apresentação.
It's not in the presentation mode. Let me stop it then. Let me stop sharing. Go to presentation mode.
Deixa eu ver se agora. Deixa esse slide aqui.
Let's see.
Deixa eu. Pronto, acho que talvez seja isso aqui. Share screen. Acho que agora vai resolver. Vocês conseguem ver agora até?
Can you see the screen now?
Pronto, perfeito. Eu peço perdão aí pelo.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Então, deixa eu só aqui voltar slide anterior.
Let me go back to the previous slide.
Pronto. A animação, acho que ela não consegue. Aqui, deixa eu disparar as animações. Vocês conseguem ver as animações?
Can you see the animated videos as well?
Mais uma vez, peço perdão aí pelo problema.
Great. I'm sorry for this technical issue. So going back here, we have a bit of the concept. What would be the AUV? The AUV would do the inspection, the underwater inspection. This is way back, 2013. This was the simulation in the internet. Here we see the pool we used for the initial tests in the prototype stage back in Germany with our partner, DFKI. This is the approach to the garage. The concept of a flat fish is to be resident. The idea is to remove the cost of operating a vessel. So it has a garage that would be located in the seabed. Now we have a few options: a floating garage, a floating station. So the docking process, the deployment and undeployment that we are developing. So we have all the tests in the station and the prototype stage. We did tests in the All Saints Bay, and this is the first stage. The prototype was developed for shallow waters, up to 300 meters in depth. It's not that shallow, but if you compare with other sea environments, that is shallow. We conducted these tests, and we can see here a shipwreck in the Todos os Santos Bay in Bahia, and it did a 3D reconstruction of the hull. So this is from the flatfish prototype that we've made during the inspection. So after the stage, we have the view of this development. So in the first few months with DFKI, and then with Senai Cimatec, and then in the Todos os Santos Bay in Bahia. So this was a project that started with the concept, then the pool tests, then open sea tests, still in the prototype stage. So here, just to give you a bit of a timeline to understand the level of complexity of a prototype such as this. An autonomous vehicle for an extreme environment, 300 meters. It's a long-term project. We started this project in 2013, and we started doing the tests, and it started operating in the field in 2022. So almost 10 years in development. So phases 1 and 2, with the participation of Cimatec, the FKI, and Shell, who funded the project. In 2018, when we had a certain maturity where we could think about industrializing it, Shell bid on it, had a bid where several companies could participate, and the company was awarded the bid and licensed it, and now they're responsible. Siphon is responsible for the industrialization. Thus, other companies can then started to join the project. They did industrial projects that were done together. First Petrobras, and then others joined the project. And then it was joined recently. And currently we are completing the phase 4, and we are adding new functionalities in the current stage. So just to go back with the flatfish program, we have the prototype stage, a prototype for up to 300 meters in depth, 120 kilograms.
E já o produto final, né, que seria aí
And the final product that is industrialized, the sovereign product, over 3 tons and almost twice the size as the initial flatfish. And there are some operations that it needs to do in the platform. It's an operation that is already in a high level of maturity, working in the platforms. And there's still a roadmap for operations. In the future, we think of using manipulators with it, but currently it doesn't intervene in the process. It's an inspection tool, but it will be a resident AUV. It will have and produce interventions. It will conduct operations. So currently, these are two interesting operations that and there's another project that is quite interesting. The seismic 4D event with Sunadine. And it will stay up to 5 years in the seabed that are surrounding the well. And from time to time, to do the handshake and an optic channel. We saw the professor giving a presentation of the optic communication done in the University of São Paulo, and we also have this to collect it with the AUV. And to exchange information with the seismic node. This is an operation that they have been doing this data exchange. And another operation that has been conducted is the inspection of pipelines and the platforms. So it monitors the pipeline, and this is the image of it collecting and inspecting the duct. So this was a bit of what I wanted to share. The idea was to provide this presentation to show some of what we're developing, the results of Flatfish, and to show the project of a submersible, an ROV or AUV is a complex project that will require time. We see a project that has gone for over 10 years and it's only getting to the market now. And it's something that faces several challenges from the supply chain, where we're in a country where we still don't have a solid supply chain for this type of solution. We depend a lot of sensors and cables. We talk about containers, connectors for this type of pressure, this type of environment. So we are at the mercy of international vendors. This is what I wanted to share with you and to show what we have been doing. We have other projects as well, projects in shallow waters, but we brought a Flatfish, which is more well known. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to share this with you. We thank you for your contribution, for this very important contribution that you have shared with us, as well as the other speakers.
Agora vamos passar para a parte das perguntas.
Now we will move on to Q&A. I have a question for Commander Carla. Considering IPQM and AI-APM are the research arms of the Navy, and both are subject to CTM-RJ, and there's a specific arm for oceanography research. Is there any interest in developing equipment for Oceanographic Research.
Boa tarde, obrigada aí pela pergunta.
Good afternoon.
Efetivamente, eu não conheço todas as
Effectively,
iniciativas de projeto do
I don't.
que é o Instituto de Estudos do Mar Almirante Paulo Moreira, que fica lá em Arraial do Cabo.
It's the. I'm not familiar with all the research initiatives and the Arraial do Cabo in Rio de Janeiro. I cannot answer this question if there's any specific initiative in projects of this nature. What I know and know quite well, there was one model that was presented, but the Institute of Sea Research has a large area for research for underwater acoustics, and the oceanography area is strong there. So if there's an interest, I think we can send this question forward, and we can see what projects are being developed. Andre Fontana, he would like to know a little bit more about what Petrobras has been using in deeper waters, and what has Petrobras been using in this area, and if the objective is to stimulate the research in deep waters.
It's an interesting question. We are going increasingly deeper in our projects. We have a lot of equipment with pre-salt that are at a depth of over 2,000 meters. So we're talking about ultra deep waters. So we normally use ROVs in our activities. So in our activities of underwater intervention and inspection, the majority of them use a vessel with a pilot on board, operating this robot to carry out inspection and also underwater intervention in different equipment. But as I mentioned during the presentation, there are many technologies that are advancing, especially as Carla mentioned, AUV. We have some contracts here of AUVs, and we have some rigid pipelines that have been installed and that are being surveyed by these pieces of equipment in a very accurate manner. Image-wise, they also are able to carry out an assessment of the bathymetry of the pipeline to verify if there are any cracks or any problems. So there are some technologies that are being implemented and have been implemented in Petrobras for a while now for these pre-planned services, especially when it comes, for example, the inspection of pipelines. And as I presented, we are carrying out some tests, for example, of control. Instead of having the pilot on board the vessel, we have a control in an onshore base where the pilot is controlling the submersible from.
O robô, né, o controle está sendo.
So the control is being done at a distance through satellite signals. So this is a technology that is being tested as well. Not only in Petrobras, we have some other companies that are also developing this technology. And we also have some pilots for robots, for autonomous robots that stay in the deep ocean. So we have the technology of having an ROV that will have its stationed area on the seabed at 2,000 meters, for example, and they will be pre-programmed to carry out inspections on equipment. So to summarize, most of our operations today with submersibles are done through ROVs with a vessel where we have an ROV, and a pilot on board is responsible for the control in ultra deep waters. But we are evolving with technology so that in the future, in the near future, we can increase the amount of technology implemented to reduce the amount of CO2 in the environment and also the exposure of those on board, because we know that we stay in a vessel confined for a long time. So these technologies are welcomed by all of us to advance in oil exploration.
Teu áudio aí, Phil.
Eu gostaria de saber do Héctor.
I want to know from Ettore,
já que vocês têm tanto.
How closely do you work with Petrobras currently? It seems to me that you have a lot to offer from a technological point of view. So how much do you interact with Petrobras in this sense? Our interaction with Petrobras specifically in the developments that I mentioned, well, Petrobras has expressed its interest in 2002, if I'm not mistaken. And during tests in the Naval School in 2013, if I'm not mistaken, during these tests, we had people from Petrobras to follow us, to follow the tests. So we thought about starting the development of a project of a national UAV, and we would involve another company. But we know that starting in 2013, Petrobras has suffered a lot of drastic changes. So this program was interrupted. And we moved on. And around 2017, we had the second version of the Mundi ROV. We were taking a course promoted by FAPESP, and we needed to promote potential clients. So we contacted one of the POCs at Petrobras to gather information to complete our interview. And the POC expressed his interest in visiting our lab. Then the POC saw our ROV and made a proposal to participate in the project, which started in 2019. But this was not a project on AUVs or ROV. It was a project for robotic systems for the inspection of lines. And this project has been completed. It was actually completed a while ago. And it was a project for the inspection of mooring lines. And now we are waiting for new opportunities to interact with Petrobras in the area of underwater robotics. Now a question for Professor Taboada. You've talked about many institutions and the long history of a successful project. You are in Senai, right? So how do you interact with other companies and with other research bodies? In Cimatec, we always search for complementary of competences. So when we have a challenge with a project or something new, we always try to create a consortium involving different institutions such as universities or other institutions of science and technology and companies as well. We say that our objective as Senai is to support the industry. Senai in the past used to support a lot of industries in the education area. We started as an institution that promoted education, but now we see also that the industry needs to be supported, and that's what we are doing. We are supporting our national industry. Of course, we're still training people for the industry, but today we are also giving support in the area of science and technology and innovation. And what we've seen is that the industry, due to its own characteristics, would normally be away from the university, which plays a very important role in carrying out research. And we believe that Senai is a very important liaison between basic research and the industry. So our role is to bring what is being developed as basic projects to start and taking advantage of more mature systems that can be applied together with the industry. So Flatfish was an example of this. We started a project by developing something that initially was just a concept. So we brought in international partners. We created the concept, and when this project reached the level of maturity, we approached the company to help us manufacture it. So our goal is to help connect concepts with the final product. So we know that we also need to have a process of feedback as well. So we are constantly working together with the industry, and for some technological challenges, we need to find partners. And as I mentioned, we are the ones responsible for the connection of different stakeholders. In our innovation ecosystems, we have different players. We have the technology, the ones that demand the technology, those that need to have more exploration, and we have the universities that developed all the different projects and different technologies. We have new processes. So we have been working together with universities to help us solve these problems, and we also work together with industries that are going to be providers. Or we also might work with companies that are well established, or we help in the creation of new companies that will help us address problems. So we have been fostering these ecosystems of innovation in Brazil, which is very important for us to transform challenges and make sure that we create solutions. So this is our role as an institution. Our main mission is to support the Brazilian industry. Just another question. Do you have funds from the Ministry of Science and Technology? We execute projects with different funding. The Flatfish project specifically was funded, it's actually being funded by ANP, but we also have investments coming from Embrapilia, which is a Brazilian company for industrial innovation. So we use their funds as well for the Flatfish project. In other sectors, we have projects with funds from ANEEL. We also have funds that are direct as well. We also have funds coming from the Brazilian National Development Bank. So we also have the informatics law that forces some companies to invest to reduce their taxes. So we use different funding to support our projects as well. The Flatfish project was financed using Embraer and also INP. The Embraer plant is currently connected to the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Technology. This is a very rich experience. I have a question here for Ettore from Fabio Nascimento.
No momento, nós não estamos trabalhando com esse.
Currently, we are not working with this kind of pump. The question was about what is the development of pumps like currently. Currently, we are not working on that with thrust pumps. But I want to take this time because the interlocutor from Petrobras asked me to mention that we are now having discussions for the development of a project using ROVs. And we're also having talks about projects to be developed in the marine robotics area. A question for Professor Taboada.
From Fabio Nascimento as well.
Dr. Taboada, será que há possibilidade?
Is there a possibility of installing a flatfish station in a surface coupled to a 5-meter surface as the Tidewise in USSV Brazilian ships? Flatfish was designed to work in deep waters. So its station, it's launched or deployed. The idea is to have in the seabed or through a floating station. Floating station could be can have a synergy or a connection or autonomous solutions. It could have a Tidewise solution. For example, it could be connected to a solution with a surface boat that could deploy the flatfish, not at 5 meters, but maybe have a system that can launch it a little deeper, so the flatfish can descend and do its operation in the pre-salt region. But one of the possibilities of the deployment, if it's not a fixed station, is using another boat, an autonomous and or a common boat.
Doutor, Comandante Carla.
Commander Carla. Ali Camel Ismail Jr.
Senhora, qual a importância
of view, how important it is to have partnership with academia and companies for a company of science and technology and innovation in the Navy, for unmanned vehicles to generate solutions in Brazil? Thank you for your question. In my opinion, this is essential. I think that in a country like ours, where we have many abundant riches, we still need to do a lot of work in our economy to get them to fruition. We need to save efforts and resources as well. So based on what our colleague mentioned, I think that the solution so we can advance technologically has to go through coordination, cooperation between the academia and the figure of universities, technological institutes, ICTs, the technology institutions, and the industry. Without it, we can't advance. And particularly talking about the autonomous vehicles, we saw a few examples here that show the trajectory of the development of a product. To get to a product, it takes a while. we're talking about decades-long developments. So if there's no partnership,
esse objetivo maior, ele
this
não
greater
será
goal
alcançado,
would not be
de modo
reached
tão efetivo,
in such an effective way,
né, a ponto de entregar uma solução
to the point of
para a
delivering
sociedade, para a
a
indústria,
solution from
como um todo.
society to the industry to society as a whole.
Momentinho, perdi pouco a sua explicação. Mas
I lost a bit of your explanation, I'm sorry, but the participants probably heard it.
Eu queria acrescentar uma pergunta para o comandante.
I'd like to ask a question to Commander Carla, which is the use of platforms for defense.
Ataques
So
energéticos, né, a fonte de
energies to attacks to energy to the
transporte ou
to transportation or extraction.
Parece que passou a ser uma
To me, it seems that this is now
guerra moderna.
a reality of modern warfare.
E eu queria saber o que a Marinha pensa.
And I would like to know what's the opinion of the Navy. What are you thinking about developing in this sense?
Outras áreas que não de petróleo também são
Maybe other areas other than oil and gas that we're also seeing this sort of
A Marinha,
attack.
ela tem consciência da sua
The Navy is aware
missão constitucional,
of its
né?
constitutional
Isso faz
mission.
parte, é uma das tarefas
This is one of the
que nós
roles
temos aqui
that we do have
de atribuição, né? De
and our
fazer
attributions
proteção
to
das nossas,
protect
dos nossos mares, das
our
nossas
oceans,
águas
our
fluviais.
rivers.
No entanto, cabe ressaltar
However,
que,
it's
muito
important to
embora
highlight
nós
that
empenhemos
even though
esforços no sentido de
we
desenvolver
have
não
efforts
apenas o seu
in
sistema de
developing
tecnologia, mas
not
também
only
de preparar
technology
a
systems, but also to
aplicação, né, do
prepare
seu poder
the
naval,
application of its
recuperar capacidade, desenvolver
Navy
novas
power,
capacidades
recover
estratégicas de
capabilities,
força,
develop new
existe uma
capabilities.
questão estrutural no
There
país,
is a
onde
structural issue in the
a
country
proporcionalidade de
where the
investimentos
proportionality
no
of
setor da
the
defesa não
the
necessariamente é
defense sector
proporcional às
is not
necessidades,
necessarily
né,
proportional to the needs
que são apontadas e
that
são
we see
registradas pela
and that are
força.
recorded
Então,
by
nesse
the
sentido, o que
Navy.
eu poderia dizer
So in this sense,
que a
what I
Marinha,
could say is that the
ela presta
Navy
atenção a todas essas
pays attention
ameaças,
to
né?
all of these threats.
Existe até
There
planejamento
is planning
na força que a gente
in the force
denomina internamente de planejamento
that we
baseado em capacidades,
want to
onde
plan
todas
based on
essas
capacity, where all of these needs, threats are being mapped.
Agora, aí o empreender
But
planejamento aí já é uma
doing the
conjectura
planning,
mais
now this is a
extensa,
conjecture
que
that
não
is a
depende
little bit
exclusivamente da iniciativa
more
da
extensive,
força, né?
that doesn't
Mas a
depend
Marinha está
only on the
atenta a todas
force,
essas questões.
but the Navy is paying attention to all of these issues.
Olá, eu acho
Hello?
que deve ter travado um pouquinho.
We might have had an issue with the connection. Can people hear us? Just to make sure. Are we back? Yes, I think we're back.
Desde cedo aqui eu estou brigando com
Since the morning, I have been having issues with the system. We've had a minor something that has been going through my neighborhood, but we still have a little time. I'd like to propose a question to all of you. I'd like to hear your comments on it, since we have several different sectors, different segments here participating. What could we do to intensify the connection between all different actors that we have here? I think we have a large variety. Even though we have only 4 people, we have a major variety of users, developers.
Eu acho que ele devia aproveitar a
So
oportunidade
I
para
think we should take advantage of it to go a bit deeper into this issue.
Então, deixa a palavra livre aí.
So the floor is yours, whoever wants to take it. From our side here, I think the first step is exactly this. We're here to learn and to see what everyone is working on in the sense of what are the solutions, the underwater solutions, ROVs, and so on. And using this knowledge, for example, working with AUVs and taking this information to other agencies more connected to this. They clearly have a Ettore probably has connection with them. So learning knowing what everyone presented here to us today, so we can guide this to the managers who are working on these topics. So here we're talking about the execution. We have the contract already ready to go and executing, but we have our research center that works with a P&D, with R&D, I'm sorry, and they will hear Taboada and Ettore. They brought very interesting solutions in terms of technology for development. I'd like to contribute to what has been mentioned. I agree that this is the way. Events such as this, even though it's a virtual webinar, it allows this connection between different actors. So the sharing of technical information. So if we don't know what others are doing, it's impossible to see the potential for partnerships. So I see this as an important side. The other side that I think is important too, especially regarding search and development. If we want to promote our company and our industrial basis, we need to have ways to generate products, innovations. And I think that incentive policies in thematic areas, such as submersibles, whether autonomous or not, are also important. So a policy, a state policy, government policy that has this outlook to the country and several sectors and can incentivize as a subsidy will also have new developments in the area, without which it would be quite hampered. So I think it's a combination between this exchange, but also the support so the development can effectively come ahead.
Senhor Arthur, pode ir na frente, vamos respeitar a ordem da apresentação que eu falo por último.
Go ahead, Ettore, you can go first. Let's follow the order of the presentations. Based on my experience, one thing I have noticed that is essential to have solid development in the operation is to have the continuity of projects. I have the experience before with projects with the air defense, with FINEC. I had projects, experience working in concept projects. This is my experience. The main asset that you create in these projects is human training. having trained professionals. I'd like to remind you, especially those of you who are in the military, and you probably know this, how expensive it was to develop inertia systems in Brazil. When you interrupt that at the CTA or in the Navy, you weren't losing only the equipment. You would lose decades of training of people who were trained for that and who would leave. And what would you do to move ahead with that? Same thing with us. To have any type of prototype, anything that could be self-sufficient, so then we could think about the products and with the company and so on. I also need to have trained professionals, people who are not living based on study grants, people who have over 5 years of experience. People have a market here, particularly in São Paulo. They're competing for these people. However, we plan to maintain them for a few years, and the projects are interrupted. So, and fundamental issue is the continuation of projects, is to maintain it, to plan, and to have a political decision to continue. Because what is at stake is the national qualification, not the ego of a project manager, political intrigues or so on. But this is what we noticed last week. For example, I think our colleague at Petrobras can comment. We had a safety tie breaking down, an accident. And if we had an inspection system that was already consolidated, right? This comes from an interaction with research centers, because we still don't have it in the world.
However, R&D projects many times are not taken seriously, and teams are interrupted. That's my comment based on my experience over these years of the project. This is an old complaint of those who work in the scientific area. I will bring a little bit of the view of SIMAI and Cimatec and how we can cooperate to help the country grow. I will bring an example initially that is aligned with what has been mentioned about the technologies developed in the country. Today, Brazil is one of the leaders in energy production. I'm talking about renewable energy and also the oil and gas sector. But when you compare these two, let's call it these two sectors, the renewable energy sectors with the energy that comes from operators, we see a clear difference in technology. The technologies used today in the renewable energy sector are technologies that are most of the time imported. And when we go to the oil and gas sector, you see clearly initiatives from the public policies from the government. When you created at the past the ANP clause, we were able to promote a lot of technology. We know that we have a major challenge today. Exploring oil at great depths is a major challenge, and everything that we did after a clause that was developed. And we also have important drivers in our sector. We have institutions in our country with large number of patents. So with this ANP clause, which requires investment in innovation, we have been able to see a lot of changes. And that's why I'm here presenting the Flatfish project, which was funded due to this change in legislation. Many times we don't have local technologies in Brazil. We end up importing a lot of equipment, and we end up using these pieces of equipment and also being held hostage to the global supply chain. And here an example, when we talk about the importance of public policies for innovation and also other specific areas, we have a clear example of the difference of two sectors that end up being broader sectors, where you see a difference on the impact and the impact it has over the years. Another point that I want to bring is the importance of creating networks. Here we have two important examples. Petrobras today is one of our major partners, the Navy as well. Flatfish was a driver of this cooperation. The Navy today has an office within Cimatec, and we support each other in technology development. With the University of São Paulo, we have some partnerships in the area of decarbonization and also renewable energy. So we need to create these partnerships to help in the development of technologies in our country to help address these problems. And on the other hand, as a professor mentioned, we need to promote capacity building. Today, one of our major bottlenecks is the training of skilled professionals. Inside, we have a university, so we end up training people in-house, but this is a very important market for us. The robotics sector, for example, we started creating our first projects and became leading players and ended up attracting other stakeholders from abroad that want to hire our engineers. Today, we have a technology institute in the UAE, and we have a lot of members that were part of the Flatfish project. So these challenges are still present here, the challenges of developing new technologies, of training people. And to do that, we obviously need public policies that will help us create this innovation ecosystem in such a way that we will not just have an initial product. Many times we try to really deal with this death valley that we find when it comes to innovation. And we need to make sure that we are able to develop research centers and also have funds and resources inside of our country. We have a lot of different multinationals, many companies. Due to our legislation, they don't want to develop technologies inside of our country. They would have foreign research centers that wouldn't work here in Brazil. But after our legislation, Brazil became strategic. So a lot of multinationals bring projects for the development of research and technology here as well. Just to finalize, I would like to put on record the presence of Admiral Moura Neto, who has a lot of experience working with the Navy and also with several technologies. And I want to ask him if he wants to share a few remarks first to end this discussion. Thank you so much for giving me the floor. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about Cembra because I'm the executive coordinator of Cembra, the body that has sponsored this second international webinar on submersibles. And that's where that's how this knowledge emerged. I want to thank all the speakers for their essential talks. We just want to make sure that we thank you all. Of course, that the Navy is part of all of this. We have Carla, we have Leao, two commanders, Commander Carla and Commander Biol, who talked a little bit about the Navy today. I really miss those times, Carla and Biol, and it was very good to hear from you. I believe that you've dealt really well with the questions, the hard questions that were posed. But anyway, the Navy is behind all of this. The Navy supports the industry, the Navy supports science and technology, and the Navy needs research institutes. We have several research institutes that are connected to the area of science and technology. And we are leading the area of submersibles here at Cembra. And from everything that I've heard, I believe that there's still a lot of room for improvement, a lot to be done. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Tomorrow we will have a second day where we will learn even more about this topic. Thank you. I would also like to change the order a little bit. I would like to hear from Commander Biao, his final remarks.
Alô?
Hello?
Tá ouvindo, Biel?
Can you hear us, Biao? Go ahead.
Comandante, entrecortou a fala do senhor, entrecortou, mas eu entendi.
We were breaking up,
A conclusão, seria isso.
but you want me to share final remarks? Actually, what he wants, we are asking in general terms, if you want to say anything about the first and second panel. He first passed the floor to me to share my final remarks, and now he's passing the floor to you to share your final remarks. I'm having some connection issues. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present not only about our capabilities and also about our military doctrines around mine countermeasures, and talk about our future perspectives in terms of transition around mine countermeasures. With this new concept of having unmanned technologies, we will be able to execute war missions, and also we might have the dual deployment of these kind of equipment. I'd like to thank you very much for the opportunity to participate, and I'll see you next time. Well, let me just add to what Biao said. The Navy, as you all know, has a very large project for the development of submarines. In the future, we will have a submarine with nuclear propulsion. We have this. This is a vehicle that will not have destruction power, and these nuclear propulsion submarines will not leave any base in the world without having the channel it's going to travel swept, because there is a very high risk of accidents today. Biao talked about very complicated mines, but today, if you want to kill a terrorist by placing an artifact at the bottom of a channel, and it can be exploded through using a remote control and create major damage. So no nuclear submarine leaves its port without having its route swept. So this is done by unmanned vehicles that leave the area before the submarine leaves. So more than ever, we will need autonomous equipment for sweeping to make sure that we get clearance over the channel that is going to be traveled by the submarine very soon. Not that soon, but soon enough. So I just want to add to the information that was shared by Biao on this work that they are developing.
Você fica me chamando para falar, daqui a pouco eu falo.
See, that's what happens when you call me, when you pass the floor to me. I'll just keep talking. We need to benefit from your knowledge. Well, I'd like to thank everyone. I'd like to thank the moderator, Professor Phil, that was here with us. Thank you so much for everything. And now I would like to pass the floor for us to just have the final comments on our day about our first panel and our second panel. And I would also like to invite Commander Frederico together with Professor Carlos Phil to make these final comments so that we can wrap up our day in panels 1 and 2.
Comandante Frederico, eu acho que o seu áudio está fechado.
I think you're on mute.
Agora
Eu
sim.
acho que agora foi. Estão me ouvindo?
Can you hear me? Yes, I can.
Nós passamos uma manhã agradabilíssima.
We had an amazing morning where we had 5 high-level presentations, which I will try to summarize. Of course, I will make some mistakes because I cannot take notes on everything that people say. So I apologize beforehand if I omitted any important details. Initially, we had Mr. Frazão talking about the technology of autonomous vehicles, AUVs, and ROVs. He also talked about projects in ultra-deep areas that are carried out by the Brazilian Geological Survey. He started his presentation citing projects where there is a deployment of different kinds of equipment. He talks about different kinds of submersibles and ROVs used among other things to define the environmental baseline of the Rio Grande Ridge.
And he brought up an important point on the issue of mining in deep waters, about becoming a sensitive topic due to potential environmental conditions. When all goals are taken to affect as minimally as possible the environment. You describe with richness and detail all equipment used by the Brazilian survey, highlighting the Kelly project with Shinkai 6500 in the Rio Grande Rise, São Paulo Ridge, and in the Santos Basin. Professor Dr. Paulo Sumida presented the most relevant stack from the use of the Shinkai 600 uses, and by a coincidence was a complement of the presentation of Professor Eugênio Frazão, presented a few results with the submersible Shinkai 6500. The campaign that happened 5 years ago, and the participation of several universities, including the University of São Paulo and Univas. Several areas of the Rio Grande Rise, the São Paulo Ridge, and the São Paulo Plateau were surveyed. He discussed the controversy between the use or non-use of manned vessels. Those who are against it mentioned the risk. He defended the use, saying that images and sensors by themselves do not overcome the observation in situ for complementary information. To justify, he showed the constant of serendipity. There is that which is an unexpected discovery. And he mentioned the unexpected discovery of a Mickey whale carcass in its natural state at 2,400 meters, the first one in natural state in the Atlantic Ocean, and mentioned some interactions with organisms that live in great depths. He mentioned the identification of the cranium of a whale of a new species that was only identified by human observation in the submersible, and ended by saying that in addition to the mineral survey, the sea depth has a rich but fragile fauna. Professor Sejen discussed submersible for oceanic research in Brazil. He talked about the INPO, the National Institute for Oceanographic Research, and its constitution, its organization, and it's the first meeting of the board of directors. He emphasized the goal to promote scientific investigation focused on the South Atlantic and to contribute with the international agenda to the development. He mentioned submersibles as essential devices for ocean monitoring, particularly gliders, AUVs, and ROVs. He presented some very important information on the accident with the Titan submersible, among other information. And he ended by mentioning that the use of submersibles is essential for INPO's activities. Commander Marcos Paulo Bial showed the use of unmanned submersible vehicles on mine countermeasures. He gave a historical introduction on mine warfare and its definition, followed by presenting a flowchart with the use of mines and submersibles. He mentioned the mine hunting stages, detection, classification, identification, and neutralization. Most future systems will be piloted remotely or equipped with artificial intelligence, according to the standoff concept. The idea is to keep man far away from the mine and out of danger. He described the evolution of mine warfare since the Second World War up to 2021, when mines were equipped with artificial intelligence and able to seek naval assets. The goal is to use entirely unmanned systems. The use of submersibles in mine countermeasures goes with this concept of standoff previously mentioned. Professor Dr. Luis Paulo de Freitas Assad mentioned the use of autonomous vehicles in the scope of a system for oceanic observation for the Santos Basin. He started by mentioning some stages of what we call operating oceanography, which is the observation, modeling, and assimilation of data. And from these stages, we can move for the oceanographic predictions. He presented important scientific considerations based on data from the Blue Project, using equipment for automated data collection. He mentioned surface drifters, gliders, and profilers. He presented the radios of the Blue Project and the concrete scientific project based on the data acquisition by submersibles. He showed with richness of detail some of the results of the dynamic of the region of Cabo Frio. And particularly, he introduced the use of submersibles for oceanography. He concluded by stating that the use of AUVs is revolutionizing operational oceanography, expanding the sampling capability. This is a very short summary of the activities from panel 1. That's what I could introduce in this moment. That's my presentation for now. I also need to summarize what happened on panel 2. I did not have the time to structure as brilliantly as Federico, but since the panel, I have the lack of going first. But that's my justification. But I'd like to take advantage of our topic here because I believe that we already had the opportunity of doing some reflection. And I think that this panel And the morning panels show that we, in fact, are hitting here a treasure trove to explore the depth of the ocean. And a while ago, I was taking a look, thinking about sea research, about the evolution of the Portuguese. If we follow how Portugal moved along, coming from the Mediterranean, then to the coast of Africa, until transposing the Cape of Good Hope, we had an entire period of major investment, but well thought out investments. Portugal, poor country, could align economic results to the advancements that were made, and these were not negligible advances. And when it comes to the deep sea, we have a source of riches that we are already exploring. From the time we've conducted the first seminar about the exploration of ultra deep waters and the issue of submersibles, was something that was still being developed. We were one of the few countries that were doing this. And there are still few countries doing it. Now, as the Portuguese, our goal is to bring we can finance next stages. I think that our hopes were impaired by political reflections, but I was surprised both with this panel and the prior panel by how much was done. Brazil did not stop, and it still continues with the challenge of navigating the depths of the ocean with rewards that more than make up for the investment that is required.
Assim, compensado.
So it was really rewarding to see how much is being done and the amount of challenges that we have. And particularly, it's the first time I see the results of Cembra, and it seems to me that is a very promising model. And this partnership with Senai, that is also a part of what was being conceived with the technological framework that was possible to move on with pre-salt, the pre-salt layer. So I'm glad to see the results, concrete results, being reached. It's still far from us doing everything we could do or we can do in the sea that we must sail. President Kennedy compared a space race with a new sea that we could sail through. And the deep sea is an opportunity that is still open. And I think Cembra can have a role in this topic, which is also quite rewarding because for a few years I was joining in the conception of this destination, watching the use of a technology that came from Petrobras. The model that we follow was born with an interaction with Petrobras Petrobras with COP.
É uma prática nesse que eu ter participado da
So,
criação do Cembra e
having
seu
participated in the creation of Cembra and its evolution,
é uma das coisas mais gratificantes
it's one of the most rewarding things I have done
durante minha atividade profissional.
throughout my professional career, and I'm
Mas
still
então,
participating.
volto à nossa coordenação aí.
So I moved back to our coordination.
Agora talvez fosse a hora que eu
It might be the time to have a few words about Cembra
Moura Neto
by Moura
você
Neto.
tá aqui acrescentar alguma coisinha.
Maybe if you want to add something.
Não, mas eu não estou mais no comando.
But I'm no longer in control. No, nothing more to discuss today. I even said more than I had to. I'm tired of all of you. Tomorrow we'll have the panel, we'll have the closing, and we can talk more. Thank you. So I would like to, since I'm back now, am I back on screen? All right. I'd like to thank everyone, thank the moderators, Professor Carlos Fio, Commander Federico Nogueira. Thank you for joining us. Thank you all panelists. Thank you everyone for being here in the second panel and in our second international webinar on submersibles, Braving the Deep Sea, the Conquest of the Future. And we've been talking here all day, so thank you very much. We'll say goodbye now to all of you in this moment, and we wish you a great day, and we know that tomorrow we will definitely have more high-level content, very relevant content to reach the goals of this webinar, to contribute with the expansion of knowledge on these sophisticated technology. So thank you, and I wish you all a great rest of your afternoon, and I'll see you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you, and goodbye.
Boa noite, boa tarde. Boa tarde.